Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories this evening. Iran says it's fully prepared to counter any increased US sanctions, but Pakistan remains hopeful of a solution. The United States removed Syria from its terror list. Al-Sharaa says it's a chance for the country to shake off a dark stain. And 5 more people are arrested in connection to a vehicle collision in England as the UK government calls out social media platforms for glorifying dangerous driving trends. Good evening. To our top story, Iran says it's fully prepared to counter increased US sanctions after Washington announced their so-called economic D-Day. Iran's economy minister said the threat intended to isolate them from the global economy would be another defeat for the US. Pakistan, however, believes there is still room for a solution. Taking to X, Pakistan's interior minister has said, and we quote, "Field Marshal Saeed Assam Munir and I have had a very positive and productive meeting with the president of Iran. Our discussion focused on the Iran-US conflict, tensions in the Middle East and the way forward, as well as the steps needed by both sides for restoration of the Islamabad MOU, thereby leading to a comprehensive settlement of the conflict." The Iran president candidly shared his government's perspective and concerns, and we had a very constructive exchange on the issues involved. Significant progress was made, and the meeting concluded on a highly positive note. We remain hopeful that this momentum will help pave the way for further progress and lasting peace in the region. Well, to discuss this in more detail, we're joined by Asif Durrani, who is the former Pakistani ambassador in the UAE and Iran. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for joining us. First of all, let's talk about this. The US has referred to it as the economic D-Day. Iran says, well, we're ready for it. You spent a lot of time in Iran. How much economic pressure, realistically, can the country actually take, especially right now when it has been crippled for nigh on 6 months, if not more?
Thank you, John, for having me. I think both are telling the truth. What U.S. has done, it has applied further stringent sanctions against Iran. Now, these secondary sanctions are meant for the third party, especially China. And Iran has said that we have been there earlier. Iran has endured those sanctions for the past 47 years. So therefore, for Iran, it is not something new. And therefore, it would be very difficult for the United States to actually accrue the results which these sanctions are perhaps designed to pinch Iran. Yeah.
Now, I would say that potentially Iran, and this is on just coming through to us now, Iran have bitten back on this and saying the US sanctions on Iran are a threat to international law and to the UN Charter, and no honourable state accepts normalisation of gross lawlessness and bullying. That's from the Iranian Foreign Ministry just moments ago. It does seem that there is some level of a fear factor that's been bestowed upon them from these fresh sanctions.
I think Iran has always been fearful of those sanctions, and this is not to say that they have not had problems due to these sanctions. Iran, in fact, could not develop its energy sector, both oil and gas, because there are no investment in that sector. Therefore, as per the OPEC quota, Iran has a quota of 4 million barrels per day, but its production capacity is not more than 2 million barrels per day. So you can see that how much losses Iran is incurring due to these sanctions. So similarly, what the United States wants to apply now, but here the problem for the United States would be that almost 80 to 90% of Iranian oil exports are to China. So therefore, China is the largest buyer of Iran oil. So for the United States and for Iran, that is the largest commodity, exportable commodity, which earns them, precious foreign exchange. So that is there. So therefore, the challenges are very much there. But at the same time, Iran has evolved mechanisms which are away from the UN sanctions and, more importantly, away from using American financial systems.
Asif, what happens if China don't play ball? Because China's already pushed back, saying its relationship with Iran should not be disrupted by this. The question, I guess, is how difficult would it be if countries like China decide to flout the rules and don't necessarily adhere to the sanctions that have been put in place by the United States?
China has been opposed to these sanctions from the very beginning. Even when the UN sanctions were applied, so they could only support the UN sanctions, those were nuclear related. But other sanctions, if you recall, in 2022, those UN related sanctions lapsed. So China or Russia, and both, they opposed its extension while the United States wanted to extend it. So now also China has already, as you said, has already said that they don't agree with the United States decision of imposing more sanctions, especially indirect sanctions or third-party sanctions. Yes.
Asif, I guess this is $1 million question, but Pakistan says there's been significant progress in the talks with Iran. What do you think that actually means? Are we any closer, realistically, to getting Iran and the US back at the same table and back talking again about some level of a peace agreement?
That is the idea. And I think Field Marshal Asim Munir's visit along with the Interior Minister was precisely for that. And I think here the catch lies on Strait of Hormuz. That if that is open and Iran agrees to that without further glitches, I think that can open the way to lessen the tensions, because United States sanctions are also a signal that it is not resorting to military means, rather it would be resorting to economic means. And for that, I think the way out is that the Strait of Hormuz should be opened without conditions. So I think that can pave the way for a dialogue and future measures by both the countries, I mean, the US and Iran.
Asif, we've spoken to people on this show who've hinted that war normally follows a strategic pattern. That pattern normally is economic sanctions, then you move to a military barrage, then you move to a solution. This war has, from the get-go, had a very different approach. It went military first. Now we're seeing those economic sanctions. Do you think this is somewhat of an economic storm and it could be a precursor to potentially another military storm down the line?
You can't rule out the possibility, but I think if you see what would be the objective of that military onslaught, say, after these economic sanctions, because earlier objective was regime change, to which United States failed miserably. It could not, and it would not be possible unless there are boots on ground. So till that happens, I think Iran is well placed, and geography is supporting Iran.
Knowing Iran as you do, Asif, piling on pressure like this, what is that likely to make Tehran more likely to do? Will they compromise? Will they dig their heels in? Because we're even seeing President Trump posting on Truth Social saying that entire area of the Strait of Hormuz is now under US control. Do moves like that and the economic measures that we're seeing introduced by Scott Bessent yesterday actually get Tehran back to the table? Is there any history of that?
I don't think so that US can have control over Strait of Hormuz, because the Strait of Hormuz can be blocked by any country. Even Somalia can block the Strait of Hormuz by hurling threats on ships, and then they will not moving an inch, because no one is going to sacrifice their millions of dollars of ships. Insurance companies are not going to come forward. So it can be only just a dry threat can work. What to talk of actual measures which US or Iran can take. US can, yes, block it by just firing a single missile. Yeah. Same is true with Iran. So this is something, a very difficult thing as far as Hormuz is concerned, or any strait which has a narrow passage can be blocked by the countries in the vicinity.
Finally, Asif, before we finish up, news earlier, as reported on Arabiya English's website, the US is sending diplomats back to the region once again. How do you portray that? How do you reference that? Is it a reassuring step? How is that perceived by you?
I think yes, because it shows that the military option is now less favorable, and I think The economic option as well as diplomatic options are open. And so I'll repeat that Field Marshal Asim Munir's visit to Iran, and then there are positive vibes. I think that can open doors, yes.
I also want to mention as well a line from the Omani Foreign Ministry saying that they're hopeful they will soon announce a temporary corridor for the Strait of Hormuz and practical arrangements to restore safe navigation. So it does appear as if that safe corridor, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz may be something that we see potentially even before the weekend.
Well, the timeline, I wish I had the crystal ball, but yes, it is a possibility because it is very much within the reach, yes.
Asif Durrani, thank you so much for joining us on W News.
Thank you for having me.
At least 4 people, including 2 children, are dead after Israeli strikes in a refugee camp in central Gaza. It comes a week after the US asked Israel to curb attacks. Israel's military say they targeted 2 Hamas storage facilities inside mosques, which contained military weapons and equipment. For more on this story, we're joined by Francesca Albanese, who's the UN Special Rapporteur on occupied Palestinian territories. Francesca, it's a pleasure to have you on the show first and foremost. Let's talk about what you've been saying about this. You have called for an international protection presence in Gaza, in the West Bank, in East Jerusalem. Talk us through what that actually would look like on the ground. How do you envisage that?
Yes, thanks for having me. This recommendation of mine is not new, and actually there have been many requests for a protective presence in the occupied Palestinian territory over decades. What has attracted attention and what has been misinterpreted of what I said is people have thought of a protective force, a peacekeeping mission authorized by the Security Council, which simply cannot happen because the Security Council is paralyzed by the US veto. So what I'm talking about right now, in the immediate, tomorrow, next week, it is to happen, is an unarmed civilian visible presence, like protection officers, human rights monitors presence in the West Bank, around the West Bank, possibly entering the Gaza Strip, being everywhere. This is not a Chapter 7 under the UN Charter operation, not with peacekeeper with weapons, but protective accompaniment, because observers whose presence itself can deter violence is necessary. Now there are ecumenical accompaniers, Israeli activists that try to be in some places and stop the settlers, but they're very few, and this is not enough. So this is why I keep on telling why Israel has no right to be in the occupied Palestinian territory, why Israel has an obligation to dismantle the occupation. At the same time, people have to mobilize and try to get in as much as possible, and the diplomatic presences on the ground are a good entry point to start.
Francesca, you've alluded to the force going in on the ground, being there as a peacekeeping presence. What are we talking about here? Would you be saying UN peacekeepers? Where would you get those protection from, and who should they be made up of? Because you're now looking for a neutral party who can go in on the ground in Gaza and provide that level of protection that's so important for the people on the ground there.
No, as I said, I don't want to be misinterpreted, because this is not a conflict zone. This is not a combat zone. This is an ethnic cleansing zone where a genocide is taking place. So the UN, in order to deploy a peacekeeping mission, needs an authorization of the Security Council, which is not going to happen with this US administration in place. So forget about it. But also what we see looking at the Board of Peace is that the arm behind the back of the Security Council can be twisted in order to legitimize something as like the Board of Peace that is totally illegitimate and has led to foreign presence in the occupied Gaza that is not helping the Palestinians. So what I'm talking about is a coalition of willing states seconding civilian personnel and sending their own people. Of course, the pressure should be on the Security Council, but meanwhile, people cannot wait. Palestinians keep on dying every day and getting starved, as it's happening in Gaza, but also in Kusra, through the siege that is really depriving people from accessing health care and food. This brutality cannot be normalized. And, you know, it seems also fantasy to imagine Israel withdrawing its presence from the West Bank. But this is what is to happen. There is a ICJ conclusion, advisory opinion that says that Israel needs to withdraw the troops. So member states must make pressure for Israel to withdraw, and meanwhile must deploy their people, even civilian personnel, monitoring and observing what happens across the West Bank and possibly in Gaza.
Francesca, let's talk about what Israel have said. They've said they're responding to ceasefire violations. They've, specifically to the reference of the attack that we just mentioned there, they're targeting Hamas weapons, they're targeting Hamas fighters. So what do you say to the argument that Israel still has genuine security threats that it's saying it has to deal with, which is why they're justifying these actions?
Look, even if let's say that if Israel were in good faith, occupation law gives Israel as an occupying power authority to maintain order, not a license for permanent control or a license to kill or a license to subjugate and oppress the native population. Still, use of force is to meet necessity, proportionality, and Israel does nothing like this. Israel demolishes homes, burn orchards just in order to get more land. But it's not me saying that. It's Israeli ministers calling for more expansion of Israel into what remains of Palestine. But again, the context is that Israel has no right to be in Gaza, in the West Bank, and East Jerusalem. If it wants to protect itself, which is Israel's rights, its legitimate security concerns can be ensured in Israeli territory, not in what the little that
the argument that Israel would have for that is that the Hamas fighters are not in Israeli territory. They're currently in Gaza. So in order to get to the root cause of the problem, they need to go into that territory in order to be able to counteract what they see as the huge threat of Hamas.
Yeah, this is the basis for Israel to commit a genocide. I mean, like if Israel was the only state having a security issue, I think that Israel's main source of security issues is Israel itself. It's unrelinquished territorial ambitions and its apartheid regime. Look, Hamas was not even there when Israel started the occupation of the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem. And it has not been around for 25 years. And Israel was already massacring the Palestinians. So again, let's not entertain this argument because it won't take us that far.
As we mentioned earlier on as well, and you've said this, you've been critical, as many people have, of the Security Council and how they've been unable to act. If the Security Council can't do it, if the Board of Peace can't do it, who do you think has got the biggest leverage here? Is it Washington that have the leverage that potentially can put the pressure on Israel to get things moving?
Look, I wouldn't say that I don't trust the United Nations. I do. I hope that the United Nations goes back to where it should be. And the UN should have never become what it has been toward Gaza by legitimizing the Board of Peace. The UN and the Security Council in particular has become a channel legitimizing the continuous control over occupied land instead of ending it. And at the same time, the Security Council, things can change if politics inside the states change. Of course, with this US administration, the rule of the might, the rule of force, has become the new credo. But it must change. So other member states have to grow and show some spine, because the United Nations is composed of 193 members, and Israel and the US are two. What are the other states doing? What are Arab states doing? What are other European states or African and Asian states doing? I'm telling you, not enough. And the more they wait, the more this system becomes the new normal.
Look, as we talk about the move forward, Francesca, we're talking about rebuilding Gaza, Demilitarisation, of course, potentially that international stabilisation force that we spoke about. Can any of that really get going? Can it even get off the ground while people are still being killed?
Reconstruction, you mean? I don't think so. You cannot rebuild on top of an ongoing crime scene and call it recovery. The sequence matters. So first, stop the killing, stop the starving, stop the concentration camps, and then have rebuild the foundation of legal and moral standing, which means, first of all, people need to be given an opportunity to live in dignity, provided decent shelter, provided food, provided medical access to a health system, and they have to be given the possibility to bury their beloved ones. I mean, Gaza is a mass grave, and this is to be honored. Instead, what Israel is doing is taking all the rubble that it has produced by pulverizing Gaza outside Gaza, so that even the evidence of its crimes disappear. Israel is erasing Palestine bit by bit. And so I think that in order to have reconstruction, we need to solidify the basis of the legal system that is falling on our head right now.
Francesca Albanese, unfortunately we are out of time, but it was a pleasure and an honour to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us on W News.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, the United States has removed Syria from its terror list after 47 years. This move, first instigated by President Trump, will now allow private sector investment in the country and provide sanctions relief to the post-Assad government. Speaking earlier, Syrian President Ahmed al-Sharaa thanked the US for their support. Take a listen to this.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Peace, mercy and blessings of God be upon you. Today, Syria is shaking off a dark burden and tearing out a painful chapter of its past to embark on a path of development, reconstruction and rebuilding. Great people of Syria, you have done it again. The sanctions have been lifted and the restrictions removed. I ask God Almighty to help us serve you. I extend my deepest gratitude to the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, and to all the friendly and supportive nations that stood by us. Peace, mercy and blessings of God be upon you.
All right, let's get the reaction of this from Nawar Shaban, who's a researcher at the Arab Centre for Contemporary Studies. Nawar, thank you so much. You are speaking to us from Damascus. President al-Sharaa calls this Syrian shake-off of the dark stain from the past. How does it feel on the ground there? From inside the country right now, how does it feel to the everyday person who's on the street in Syria? Is this such a big deal?
First of all, thank you for having me. So basically, it does feel historically significant, because we have to remember that Syria had carried this designation since 1979. So for almost 47 years, generation of Syrians grew up with their country internationally associated with terrorism, sanction, and political isolation. But I do think that there is two different reactions when it comes to this, politically and psychologically. This is enormous. It tells Syrians that the international status of their country has fundamentally changed since the fall of the Assad. At the same time, ordinary Syrians are more pragmatic. They will ultimately judge this when they see, for example, better salaries, more electricity, functional banks, investment, job opportunity. So I would describe the mood as historically optimism, but at the same time, it's combined with, let's say, economic impatience. For the Syrian government, this is a diplomatic breakthrough. For ordinary Syrian, the real test, let's say, begin tomorrow morning. I'm not saying literally begin tomorrow morning, but figure of speech.
Yeah, I mean, look, these things are going to take some time. We know that. We've also heard a lot of mentions about how this is symbolic, a lot of symbolism revolving around this decision. Realistically, what can Syria do today or tomorrow that it couldn't do before this designation was lifted?
This is a very important question. The biggest change is going to be less visible. even before the removal of this sanction, which is like the remaining biggest sanction, there have been the Washington has already dismantled its comprehensive Syria sanction program, and American bank had already been told that they could carry process legitimate with the Syrian transaction. The problem was the terrorism designation. It carried specific restriction involving the U.S. assistance, defense export, a certain dual use of goods, and financial activities. But perhaps more important, it created enormous compliance risk. A bank in Europe or Gulf might technically have been told or allowed to deal with Syria, but its compliance department would ask, why should I take the risk? So this argument is now much weaker. I'm not going to say it's totally dismantled, but it's much weaker. The biggest barrier was no longer always the law itself. It was the fear of touching Syria. The fear, let's say, make it this way, the fear has now been significantly reduced.
Mm-hmm. Now, Marco Rubio referenced this and said it's removing that final barrier towards private investment. Is it really that simple? Do you envisage international companies kind of flipping the coin and saying, look, we're comfortable putting money into Syria, effective pretty much immediately?
So basically, I don't believe that. It removed one of the most biggest risks, or let's say obstacle. It shifted the ball from the Washington court to the Syrian court. Now, I do believe that these companies, these investors know that we are now have the chance to touch Syria, to deal with Syria. They are not associated with terrorism sponsor, but at the same time, there are a combination of internal and still yet also external threat. So basically, now the Syrian government need to deal more with these internal threats and external threats. When I say external threat, I'm talking, for example, the Israeli intervention in Syria. This also, all of that combined might create an unhealthy environment which might repel the investor or big company to invest in Syria or take a future step in Syria. Washington has removed the political risk of being sanctioned for investing in Syria. Damascus now has to reduce the commercial risk of actually investing there.
Well, look, Saudi Arabia here on home turf, they've praised the US's decision to remove Syria from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. Now, we know that getting those sanctions lifted has obviously been such a huge thing, as you've rightly pointed out, for Syria. But I guess it's about rebuilding the trust, like you mentioned there. We've talked about what needs to happen. How can Syria do that? How do you think Syria can have that bigger challenge which is on its hands of rebuilding trust from a global perspective for Syria?
Absolutely. I do think Saudi Arabia is particularly important here because Riyadh can help bridge the gap between sanction relief and actual investment. This is something very important. Saudi support for Syria removal from the terrorism list has been consistent. Riyadh was already publicly supporting of all of that. But when we speak about rebuilding trust, I would define that simply as political trust. Syria has to build institutional trust. The foreign investor has to trust the banking system, the court, custom procedure, property rights, and the government ability to guarantee contracts. Investors also need to believe that the policy will remain predictable. And this is where the Saudi and the Gulf investment can become extremely important. If major Gulf company and banks or investor began entering Syria successfully, they can provide something Damascus desperately need, which is a demonstration effect for the European, the American, even the Asian investor. Sanction relief gives Syria access to the market. Rebuilding trust determine whether the market actually come to Syria.
Well, Nawar, it's been remarkable. We can't ignore that it's been such a turnaround. Relations with Washington since Assad was removed in 2024. President al-Shara has surprised people. And is that the feeling on the ground? He has done this very quickly. He's managed to change Syria's relationship with the US and pretty much completely 180'd on 47 years of history. Has that surprised the everyday person on the street?
Basically, I think the speed has surprised almost everyone. Me, you, everyone was surprised from this huge and fast shift. Considering the trajectory, President Ahmed al-Shara emerged from a movement with a jihadi history. Assad fell in December 2024, and less than 2 years later, Syrian president is meeting Donald Trump. Syrian president is meeting President Macron. He's touring. Syria is now part of the 99 country associated with the coalition of fighting terrorism. Syria has been removed from the state sponsor of terrorism list, and Washington is publicly encouraging American investment. That is extraordinary diplomatic reversal. And I think President al-Shara deserves credit for understanding very quickly that Syria survival after Assad required international diplomacy and legitimacy, not ideological isolation. What is remarkable is not simply that Washington changed its policy towards Syria, it changed its assessment of who it believed can work within Damascus.
On a final note, a positive note as well, Nawar, we see that tourism seems to have returned somewhat to Syria as well. So this has not just been good news from an economic point of view, from an international standpoint of view, but it also seems that tourism may also be on the cards once again for Syria.
Yes, this is something we witnessed actually being in Damascus during this summer. We saw a lot of American, we saw a lot of influencers, we saw a lot of families visiting Syria for the first time, posting about their experience, positive experience when it's come to visit Syria. The impact, the reaction is totally positive. Being here, living day to day, there are minor things that I might miss with my eyes because I'm living here 24/7. But when people come from outside, especially from Europe, from America, I'm not talking about Syrian visiting their country. I'm talking about non-Syrian visiting, and I'm sitting with them, talking with them, understanding what's their reaction? This is a huge difference from what we heard before. We know that Assad tried to import some of the influencers from Russia, from different countries, to advertise the country during his reign. But that's totally different. We're seeing now American actually visiting Deir ez-Zor, Homs, the coastal area, documenting all their experience. So I'm actually following a couple of influencers, and I'm happy seeing what I'm seeing right now. Some of them are known in New York City, some of them are known in London. So this is a huge improvement since the liberation. I was here, and now after almost 2 years, I'm seeing a huge improvement when it comes to tourism and people visiting Syria.
Well, it's refreshing to be able to cover a positive news story coming out of Syria. So we do appreciate it. Joining us from Damascus, Nawar Shaban, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, the UK government has warned social media platforms over posts that could promote dangerous driving. It's after a series of incidents across Britain and Ireland where young people will record themselves driving the wrong way on a road and upload the videos online. Over the weekend, 2 police officers and 5 young men were killed after a collision on the A66 motorway in the northeast of England. Earlier today, 5 more people were arrested in connection with that ongoing investigation. We're going to talk more on this story and get the thoughts and opinions of Rebecca Hudson, who is the editor-in-chief of News Movement. Rebecca, it's always great to have you on the show. Let's talk a bit about this. This has been called a dangerous, and that's an understatement, social media trend. You've even said yourself, dangerous driving is around long before TikTok. Are we being a bit too quick here blaming social media for this?
I mean, firstly, as you say, these instances are absolutely appalling, and the heartbreak that that's caused the families, the people who've been injured, and the communities where this has happened cannot be overstated. But dangerous driving is a dangerous trend. I think that to blame, the social platforms where some of this content is published feels like a sort of bit of a cop-out when it comes to looking for responsibility, holding people to account, and ultimately looking at a way of stopping young people taking this incredibly high level of risk with their lives. I think, sadly, if we want to look at where blame lies, it's a bit closer to home. It's a systemic failure of young people. It's a lack of education around the dangers of dangerous driving. It's ensuring that our police forces are adequately resourced to combat this sort of behaviour. I think, casting the blame and leaving the blame at the doors of social media platforms is ignoring a far bigger and more profound challenge.
But Rebecca, surely social media has got something to answer for here, because it does change something. Because there's an audience for stuff like this. We're talking about likes, shares, views. And yes, dangerous driving, of course, has been around for many, many years. But it's getting this potential reward for doing something that's making this driving even more extreme. And also the shareability of it. People are seeing this near and far, and that's making it more likely to occur.
I think absolutely, the element of social media here can accelerate this really dangerous behavior. We've seen it with subway surfing, which is this horrible trend, especially in New York, where young people, encourage one another to climb on the roof of moving subways, which has also ended in far too many fatalities. So you're absolutely right. Social media plays an important role in sort of accelerating these sorts of trends. And that is why all the social platforms take bringing down harmful content so seriously. And I think that is something that is the responsibility of everyone who uses these platforms. It is really easy to report content that you think is unsafe, that is dangerous, that is illegal. And I think if we're all supposed to be good citizens of the internet, which we all want to be, there is responsibility for everyone here to help keep these platforms safe and to flag when dangerous content, like the stuff that that we're seeing on screen now, is being shared. So I don't disagree that it plays a role in kind of amplifying these trends, but I don't think social media is the root cause of these awful tragedies that we're seeing far too increasingly.
Yeah, Rebecca, as you mentioned, far too increasingly is correct. What shocked me was that last week we saw 5 people lose their lives and 3 more injured by a very similar situation in Kildare in the Republic of Ireland. Now, the social media backlash for the drivers of the offending car, all of them were killed, by the way, that was huge. That clearly fell on deaf ears to the UK perpetrators, because less than a week later, we see a very, very similar, with a similar outcome. We've seen 7 deaths versus 5 deaths in 2 very similar incidents.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that awful story that came out of Kildare was absolutely appalling. As you say, 5 young boys losing their lives, a family injured, as a kind of result of that accident. Absolutely shocking. And I think what that sort of raises is sort of, how do we deal with these sorts of trends? How do we stop young men taking this high risk behavior? The families of those young men in Kildare had to remove the public notices of their kids' funerals because of the social media backlash. Last night on the A66, where the event in the UK happened over the weekend, there was a vigil. We saw young people turning up, releasing balloons, doing noxious oxide, which is a banned substance in the UK, wearing balaclavas. And so we need to make sure that we don't glorify these kinds of events, that we do condemn them, that there are repercussions and consequences if it's possible to enforce them. But you're right, this connection isn't being made by young people, that actually their behaviours can result in serious danger and ultimately, the deaths of themselves and people around them.
You're going to have to give me some info about this, Rebecca, because we're hearing about this being linked to potentially organised crime. Does that make you even more cautious about calling this simply a social media trend, which is what we've been referring to it since the start of this story? But this is a different element to it that we're seeing in the news today.
Yes, so as you say, reports out today, there have been 9 men and 3 women ranging from the ages of 19 to 61 arrested in connection to what happened on the A66, with being charged with offences from everything from kind of illegal weapons right through to links with organised crime. So there is clearly sort of more to this story than we know, and it's still a kind of a live story in that sense, that we're still sort of finding out more about those young men and why they were in that car. And I think you're right. The fact is that there are clearly kind of other elements at play here. This wasn't necessarily just young people, joyriding at the weekend. There was potentially sort of more pernicious elements involved. And so again, it sort of proves that point, that sort of jumping to blame a social media platform, we shouldn't absolve of responsibility, certainly, and they do need to make sure their platforms are safe, but kind of trying to place blame there actually might stop us kind of getting to the depths and the honesty and the truth behind why some of these events and these accidents are happening.
Well, Rebecca, there we must leave it because we are out of time. But thank you so much for joining us on W News.
Thank you.
And a final reminder of our top stories this evening. Iran says it's fully prepared to counter any increased US sanctions, but Pakistan remains hopeful of a solution. Meanwhile, the United States removes Syria from its terror list. Al-Sharaa says it's a chance for the country to shake off a dark stain. And as we just mentioned, 5 more people are arrested in connection to a vehicle collision in England as the UK government calls out social media platforms for glorifying dangerous driving trends. And that's all from us on W News for now. But don't forget, as always, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel and you can follow us on X. We're back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra. But for now, goodbye.
To hashtags, following the stories shaping today's conversations.
Collaborative efforts like that,
online and beyond,
that we've been able to have far greater impact.
We will not have clearly a progress without having a plan.
Behind every international headline is a much bigger story.
I love it. I see great promise.
And that is the story we bring you.
This war ceased to be a just war.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, we bring you the stories that matter most.
The blame is almost universal. Population displacement, starvation.
There are multiple sides to every story, but only one place for the debate.
This is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive. It's historic and epic.
We follow the money, the markets, and the momentum.
It's about how all of that comes together to deliver an outstanding product.
Driving Saudi Arabia forward.
Love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on.
The ultimate global stage.
Lebanon should not be attacked.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes.
Where the architects of power, economics, and politics
stop the war in Ukraine.
Break their silence.
Al Arabiya English, trusted by leaders, watched by the world.
The government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do. I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Hi, I'm Michal Prendergast for Al Arabiya English, here in London for a special interview with former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We discuss the Israel-Gaza peace deal, President Trump's role in proceedings. We also talk about Keir Starmer's leadership in the UK, the rise of reform and Nigel Farage, and whether Boris sees a return to frontline politics in the future. Mr. Johnson, thanks so much for your time. I'd like to start off with the news story that has dominated the world over the past 2 years, and that's the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Trump has said the war is over. What is your assessment of Trump's role in the conflict?
Well, I think it's an astonishing piece of good news. And today, as we're talking, Michal, I think the hostages are coming out or have come out. I don't know how many are out now, but last time I looked, I think about 14 of them, of the remaining 20, were out. And I think it must be a moment of great joy and relief for people in Israel, but also for people in Gaza, because it means an end to the horrifying bombardments. It means we're on the road to peace. And this is a very unfashionable thing to say in London or in Europe or wherever in liberal circles, but I really pay credit to Donald Trump. I give him credit. I think he has worked unbelievably hard. He's exerted American pressure obviously on Hamas, because he said to them, look, if you don't sign this thing, you're going to get wiped out. But also, he's put the hard word on Bibi Netanyahu. And because it wasn't easy for Netanyahu, because he's got these guys in his coalition, the ultra right-wing nationalists, who don't support the agreement. But Netanyahu has had the courage to go ahead and do a deal anyway. So it's a very, very hopeful moment. It's not the end of the story, of course not. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of what will be a tortuous process, and there's lots of difficult points that need to be agreed. And the most difficult, Hamas need to come to the understanding that really and truly it's over for them as an armed group. It's over for them in the government of Gaza, but they get an amnesty. They get peace. They're not going to be pursued. They're not going to be killed. That's it. They're able to live out their lives. And Israel needs to understand, and the government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives.
A Hamas official has recently thanked Donald Trump for his role, but they have downplayed the role of Tony Blair, saying he's not welcome. What is your take on that assessment?
I understand that Hamas don't want a role for Tony in the government of Gaza, in the Peace Council. I think it's called the Council for Peace in Gaza. I've seen that. Look, I think that that's not the end of the world. Tony Blair's a grown-up. He's actually, I think, to be fair, he has worked very hard on this deal, and he should get a lot of praise for helping to put it together, Tony Blair. I don't think it's the end of the world if he's not there in the Peace Council, but there needs to be somebody, right? There needs to be some structure that can help deliver confidence to people in Gaza that it's going to be a stable, secure environment where they can bring up their kids, they can have homes, there'll be job opportunities. There needs to be some sort of governance system that's very positive now about Gaza, and that isn't Hamas. And so you need something.
Obviously, there's been an enormous amount of speculation online around the Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think that Donald Trump deserves this?
I do, and I think that he has applied the force of his personality and the power of his office to move mountains and to get this thing done. I don't know if you've ever met him, but you can see what you see is what you get. The great thing about Donald Trump is his public persona and his real political persona are completely united. They are the same thing. He's very lucky. He speaks from the heart, and it's unmediated by calculation. He just says it, and he's very effective. And he obviously worked to get this thing done, and others as well, Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio, and I think a lot of people played an important part in this. But the Nobel Prize he didn't get it this year, and it's not. I think.
Will he get it next year?
Here's how he can make it absolutely nailed on. Okay, so the Norwegians are maybe a bit sniffy. The Norwegian Nobel Prize Committee were maybe a bit reserved about giving it to him
with gritted teeth.
Well, I think the trouble is that there's been such a big public campaign. They're not used to that. They're not used to people sort of asking for it. They're used to having the pleasure of giving it. So I think the way for, and don't forget that these guys won't be naturally Trump supporters. These people on this committee, they tend to give the prize to left liberal people, one kind or another. But the way to make this thing nailed on for Trump, he can win the prize, several Nobel Prizes for peace, if he applies to Vladimir Putin the same pressure that he's put on Hamas. He needs to step up the pressure on on Putin, and he needs, and we all do. We've got to. The war in Gaza has been terrible, but the war in Ukraine has killed exponentially more people.
We will come on to that later.
Yes, forgive me. But that's my tip for how the president can win the prize. Nailed on.
And what about Tony Blair? Is he deserving of the accolade?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not close enough to the whole thing to know. My feeling is that the Americans have been decisive in this. Because in the end, look, America calls the shots with Israel because America is the ultimate financial backer of Israel's defense. And I think when the guys in Hamas looked at, what Trump was supporting, he'd come in with Israel to bomb all those Iranian facilities. They looked at what had happened to Hezbollah. I think that they thought this guy's serious. So when he says he's going to wipe us out, they believed it. And so for that reason, I think that that's where the prize belongs. It belongs with the Americans, and with Trump. Definitely. And this is going to shock. Do you see it? You're in central London now. We're in central London. I don't see any kids out on the streets of central London demonstrating, support for Trump or joy at the end of the Gaza conflict. I mean, they were demonstrating every day.
Why is that?
They were demonstrating every day when it was on, but now that it's over, they're curiously silent.
Why is that?
Why is there no jubilation? Why aren't they out there saying, thank you, Donald, thank you, Trump? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Trump is good. I'll tell you why. Because they're all lefties, and because Trump is somebody that they disapprove of, and that's the reason. And Trump is not politically correct, and I'm afraid that's the problem. So, and also, you know what? It had got to the stage where these demonstrations, and they're still going on against Israel. They're not about Gaza. They're not about the suffering of the Palestinian people, which they should be. They're about hatred of Israel, and they've become partly to do with hatred of Jewish people, and it's been very ugly to watch. Very, very ugly. But now that's over, I hope.
The UK under Keir Starmer has recently recognised the state of Palestine. This is a step you chose not to take while in power. What do you think of Keir Starmer's decision?
I think it's completely vacuous. I think it's trivial. I think it wouldn't, it made no difference. It didn't give the Palestinians anything worthwhile. It didn't give the people growing up in Gaza anything worthwhile. Recognition of a state should only really happen under the terms of the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which we sign up to in Britain. When you know the boundaries of the entity, and you know that you have a secure government and a recognized system of government, and you don't have either of those in the case of Palestine. So it was premature. I mean, it should happen eventually, but it's premature now and has achieved nothing.
Bridget Phillipson, the UK Education Secretary, has said the UK has played a pivotal role in securing the peace deal. Mike Huckabee, the American ambassador to Israel, has said she is delusional. What's your take?
Well, I think Mike Huckabee is almost certainly right there. I don't think that the Labour government had any purchase on the matter, because they'd lost all their credit with Israel. Britain has been a long-standing ally and supporter of Israel. But, the UK, sadly, under Labour, had taken a different policy, had sided with had allowed these very obnoxious protests to take place in London, had taken steps to stop supporting Israel financially, militarily, and so we had no purchase with Israel, but we didn't have any influence with Hamas either. I don't think, not that I know of. So the UK had not a lot to say, but which is strange really, because the UK, we were the origins of the problem. I mean, if you look at the mandate that we had for
the Balfour Declaration,
well, all that, yes, we fulfilled one half of the Balfour Declaration, but not the other half.
Given the scale,
we created a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine, but we didn't do anything to protect the rights, or not enough to protect the rights and aspirations of the Palestinian people. And I hope that what's going to happen now is that we will finally sort out that second objective. And the great thing about what Trump has done is that the surrounding Arab states are now going to be involved in that process. So it's immensely positive.
Given the scale of the casualties in Gaza, are the ICC justified in pursuing Benjamin Netanyahu for a criminal trial?
I don't think so. I really don't, and I'll be very candid with you. I think that any Prime Minister of Israel would have had to do something to stop an attack like October the 7th happening again. Suppose it had happened in the UK, right? Suppose we'd had pro rata, with a population of 60 million and 69 million, whatever we are, that would have been 8,000 or 9,000 people, men, women and children being tortured, killed, raped, whatever. There's screams all over British news day after day, hundreds of hostages taken. Imagine what the House of Commons is going to do in those circumstances. Imagine what the British Parliament would do. Would they allow that to happen? Would they allow the organisation that did that to stay in power? No way. No way. He had to do something. And so, no, I don't think that the ICC is right. I think it's a political gesture. Again, it achieves nothing. The Americans don't even recognize the ICC, as far as I know. They don't even recognize its jurisdiction.
I'd like to get your thoughts on the UK's role in the rebuild of Gaza.
I hope that the UK will play a big role in rebuilding Gaza, and I hope that there will be, whether Tony Blair is there or not, that there's got to be some way of giving confidence to investors in Gaza, and there will be. I mean, it's got to be a Palestinian-run place, but without Hamas, and we've got to help that happen, and we've got to help trigger business investment. That's the best solution. I'll tell you a terrible, in 2005, when all the Israeli settlers were pulled out, right, of Gaza, what happened was that a lot of aid money went in, quite rightly, and lots of businesses were set up, and lots of and some leisure facilities, right, like cafes and places where you could ride ponies and stuff. And there was a place called Crazy Water Park they set up in Gaza. And maybe our viewers can check this out if I've got this wrong, because I might have got this wrong, but this is what I was told. Crazy Water Park. And it was one of those places where you can go. I've got lots of little kids, and I've got lots of kids, but have you ever been to a water park with the slides and stuff? And you go and you get stuck in the slides. Sometimes it's very humiliating, but you plop into these pools. It's great fun. Okay, people go to these things. They love them. You take your family. They built one in Gaza, but Hamas, they freaked out because the women were going around without their headscarves on, and they were smoking in a public place. The women and there were men and women in bathing costumes. Well, of course they're going to be in a bathing costume. It's called Crazy Water Park, right? You're not going to wear a suit. It's ridiculous. But Hamas, in I think 2010, it had been running for a year or so. They came in the middle of the night, 40 guys in balaclava, in masks, they burnt down Crazy Water Park. Right? Because it was religiously offensive. I mean, honestly. Give me a break. You know, whoever is running Gaza has got to be, I mean, yes, you must be sensitive to people's religious feelings. Of course, of course, of course. But you've also got to have a bit of realism and compassion for the human race. We want to have fun. People want to take their families to Crazy Water Park, right? I'm pro Crazy Water Park. I'm anti-Hamas. That is my position. And I want the government of Gaza to be like that. And I think it can be. And I think it can be, I really believe that it can be a wonderful, but it'll be an Arab solution. It's got to be a Palestinian solution, but with help and with help
without Hamas.
But without Hamas, without the you know, the factional fighting, the zealotry, the ruthlessness, the cruelty. You know, we need to move on.
Moving on to UK politics now. What has been your assessment of Keir Starmer's premiership?
You seriously asking me this question? He was my opponent. He's terrible. I mean, you know, he's making it. Look, I mean, Britain's a wonderful country, okay? And nothing I say should in any way prejudice people's desire to come to London, have a wonderful time. I used to be mayor of the city for 8 years, as well as prime minister. It's a wonderful country. It's a great place to be. But it's sad at the moment because Starmer doesn't know what to do. And he's making huge economic mistakes. He's taking too much in tax from businesses. He's driving people overseas. You know, I mean, well, I haven't seen this since the 1970s. When I was a kid, people were fleeing in the 70s under Labour. People were fleeing London. You remember? Well, you were far too young. You see, it's tragic. And now it's happening again. I haven't seen it. We haven't seen this for 50 years. People leaving the country because of a Labour government.
And him as a leader. Well, you spent a lot of time at the dispatch box. You argued with him.
He's a human bollard. He's just like a. You know what? He pretends to be very much holier than thou. You know, he pretends to be righteous, but he took all these free suits, free spectacles. Imagine that. £8,000 spectacles he took from some Labour donor. It was a scandal. Free shoes, free everything. Ridiculous. And he gets pushed around. So I don't like what's happening with this China stuff. I'm not a Sinophobe, right? China's an amazing country. It's very important. China's a part of our lives. Every country. Saudi Arabia, every country has important business relations with China, and so does the UK. But you don't let China push you around. And then we did this thing, I don't know if you've seen this, but there's a couple of parliamentary researchers were accused of spying. And they've been, the case against them has been dropped. It looks like pressure from China. And we did this, I don't know if you saw it, we did this terrible deal on the Chagos Islands. Did you see this thing? We didn't sell the Chagos Islands. We gave them away, and we spent like £37 billion over the next 40 years or so, over a long. But it's a huge sum of money to expiate our guilt for having owned them in the first place. It's just mad. Why did we do this? It's completely incomprehensible unless you think that China has been pushing behind the scenes, because China and Mauritius are very close.
Do you see China?
So China has been, and so it's very weak of Starmer to give in to this kind of pressure. Very, very weak.
Do you see China as a real threat to the UK?
Well, I think it's very, very important to have a balanced approach. And as I said, China is a massively important economic partner. We sell lots of stuff to China. We have a certain amount of Chinese investment in the UK. That's great. But what you don't want is to be in a position where China calls the shots. No way. And so when it comes to British nuclear power or British 5G mobile telephony or whatever, you can't have China running it.
Labour were very critical of your government scandals, yet Angela Rayner has had to resign over questionable tax dealings. What is your take on that, and is this hypocrisy?
Well, I think there are, as I said to you before, I think there are a bunch of hypocrites, but worse, because a lot of the things they do are far, far worse than anything that happened in my government. So it's just weird. It's very peculiar. But the worst thing is their economic policies, and they're not showing the kind of leadership that the country needs at the moment. And
do they need a new leader? Andy Burnham is waiting in the wings.
There might be somebody even worse than Starmer.
Andy Burnham, what's your take on him?
Nice chap. He kind of looks like he's wearing mascara the whole time. You notice he's a very nice guy. He's all right. I always got on very well with Andy. I think being a mayor of Manchester suits him, and he's good campaigner for his own city. That's a very important thing. I don't know whether he would be an improvement on Starmer. I can't comment on that. I think the risk of changing Starmer is you might get something worse. Really, that is, Starmer is pretty bad. What we have to do, the international markets have got to say make it clear to Rachel Reeves and Starmer, look, Britain is a great economy. You've got to curb public spending. You've got to curb welfare. You've got to get the budget back in order. But you can't keep putting up taxes and driving business away, because then you won't get any growth, and then they're in a doom loop now because of what they did in 2024. They put up taxes so much that business lost confidence and growth died, and so the tax revenues fell so much that they haven't got enough to pay for their commitments to the doctors, the nurses, to all the public sector. So the only thing they can do is so it's November. It's next month, November the 26th. They're going to come back to the public and say we need more tax, which is going to be a vicious circle, and they're going to send the doom loop spiraling down. Do you see what I mean? So they need to get out of that doom loop, out of that nightmare, and into a virtuous circle of encouraging investment, encouraging productivity growth, moving people out of the state sector into the private sector. I mean, one thing that really encourages me is AI. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Absolutely.
Do you use ChatGPT? Do you love ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. It's so nice. ChatGPT.
What do you use it for? What do you use it for?
Well, I'm writing various books, and but I just use it. I just ask questions. You know that the answer. But ChatGPT always says, "Oh, your question's so clever. You're brilliant. You're excellent. You have such insight," and I love it. And it's so, and I think I see great promise in this technology because, we're all simple. We're human beings. Looking after the elderly costs an absolute fortune. Looking after the people with disabilities, everything, the welfare thing. If you have automated systems that can engage with people and say, "Oh, Mrs. Miggins, it's time for your pill. You need to do this. Do you need any help with your shopping? I can get you somebody." Suddenly you're going to be able to bring the costs down of the welfare system. You're going to bring the cost down of the healthcare system, and look at something like HS2. HS2, which is the big railway, which we had to cancel. A disaster. We were now only going to Birmingham. We've already got a train to Birmingham. We don't need to have another huge high-speed train to Birmingham. We need to go to Manchester. We need to go all the way up the country.
Is this not a bipartisan? Yeah.
No. Let me just finish my point, because it's an original point. If HS2 costs £100 billion, right? 100 billion roughly to build this high-speed railway. Most of the cost of that is going on lawyers and environmental impact assessments and planning applications and all sorts of stuff that is not actually digging tunnels or putting railway lines or building trains. It's all about legal nonsense. Most of it, like 50% at least. So much of that can be done by AI. You don't need this stuff anymore. You can massively accelerate the legal processes. So what I'm saying is, the UK should be. We are the world leader in AI. One of the world leaders. I mean, we have fantastic. We should be using that lead to cut the cost of government. And if you cut the cost of government, then you can put that money back into the pockets of people and stimulate growth. And that's the way to get out of or one of the ways to get out of the doom loop.
Regarding tax, it was Margaret Thatcher who said that this is her 100th birthday today. She said, the problem with socialists is they eventually run out of other people's money. Is that still the case today?
Yes. I mean, they're getting, well, I mean, as I say, it's a great country. Don't worry, always invest in Britain. But, you know, they're getting to this. So long-term government gilt yields, so that's the cost of borrowing for Britain, is the highest it's been for 30 years. And that means that so the markets are saying, we doubt more than we did your ability to pay us. And that's bad. But Britain's never defaulted in all of our, the 1,000-year history.
What would Thatcher make of the UK now?
I think she'd think some things were pretty amazing, and I think she'd be disappointed with others. I think there's a lack of conviction, and there's a lack of self-belief, and we've kind of got into a sort of moral confusion about some things, you know.
Such as?
Well, such as Ukraine, you know, where some people don't see how. It's kind of like back in the 80s when you had some people defending the Soviet Union, and some people now actually defend Putin, and it's crazy.
Staying with UK politics and moving on to Reform UK and Nigel Farage, they're soaring in the polls. What do you make of them?
I think that there's I would say that my own party, the Conservative Party, should be the natural beneficiary of Labour's unpopularity. We should be doing much, much better. I think, honestly, this won't surprise your viewers, and I'm going to be, you've got to forgive me, but I think we had I was elected with a huge mandate with 44% of the vote. I had 44% of the vote in, which is a record, as high as it's been for 4 years, in 2019. And I think it was a mistake for us to change horses when we did, and then we lost big time in 24, and we just haven't recovered our forward momentum.
Do you think it's just desserts after they ousted you?
I think Kemi is doing a very good job, and she's excellent. But I think there's a lot of disenchantment. I think the voters are very cheesed off. They think the Tories just descended into factional squabbling. Labour's hopeless. Let's try these new guys. Now, I think the problem with the new guys is that, well, I mean, there are lots of problems. I think their economic prospectus is no good, and I think they're not much good on Russia, Ukraine either.
Do you think Nigel Farage could become the Prime Minister of the UK?
I mean, I know there's such speculation. I think it's unlikely. I think he has a very big hill to climb to get there. it's clear that the best bet is for the Tory party. It's a long way to go till the election, sadly. I mean, because we should try and get rid of Labour as fast as possible. But the best bet is for the Tory party to get their act together and recover. Kerry's very good. She gave a great speech at the party conference.
Yes, absolutely.
Very good. All about helping young people to buy their own home. Brilliant. That's what we want. Young people feel cut out of things because they can't get property. Tories help them. Tories win when we help young people get property.
David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of the UK, he called Nigel Farage a fascist. Is that fair?
Look, I mean, I think that there's far too much sort of pointless name calling in. I don't know what they mean by that. I don't see that. What I do see is too much of Putin apologizing, too much apologizing for Putin, and an unclear economic strategy. I also worry that, I'm not certain what the real agenda is for the UK. What's the growth agenda? I don't see it. You need a growth agenda. You need to do some of the things I was talking about. You need to be cutting spending. You need to be cutting taxes. You need to be stimulating investment, using technology. That's what we should be doing.
And across Europe, is uncontrolled illegal migration, is that driving the political zeitgeist? Is it driving it to the right?
Yes, but thankfully, in the UK, we took back control of full legal control of immigration. So, when I was one of the first things that I did when I was trying 2019, 2020, we had this huge battle to come out of the EU. And the rules of the EU say that if you want to come from another EU country into Britain, you can. And not only that, but you can have a job, you can do whatever you want, you can get benefits. That's what the EU says. And so that meant 450 million people could come to the UK with nothing to stop them. So we took back control of our borders in the sense that if we want to, we can have zero legal immigration. Zero. You say, no, sorry. You want to come to the UK? No. The more difficult, the thing that really annoys people is the sight of illegal immigration. And that is a real nightmare because you've got people crossing the channel illegally and coming to the country, and that needs to end. And we had a brilliant plan to do that when I was Prime Minister. We were going to, so just before I sadly left office, we had a plan called the Rwanda Plan, which was basically these guys were going to arrive in their boats across the channel from France and find that Kent was twinned with Kigali, and they were going to hit them like a before they even got to find their way to the accommodation. They would be back to Africa, Central West Africa.
What stopped that plan?
Lawyers for too long. But there's no reason why it shouldn't work. And I think one of the mistakes we made was not waiting until we'd got it working before calling the election. But I was out of office then. But we should have. That was the thing. It's a brilliant idea, and as soon as people started hearing about it in the camps in Calais, they started thinking, "Oh my God!" And they stopped coming in such numbers.
Reform and Nigel Farage are suggesting that the UK should leave the European Commission on Human Rights, the ECHR. What's your opinion on that?
It's not the only thing. It's not a silver bullet. Leaving the ECHR I think it's a good thing to do, a respectable thing to do now, but it's not the only thing you need to do. I mean, there are various things you need to do.
The UK must leave it.
It should do, yeah. I mean, it's because it's become a very different beast from what it was. It's now, it's Strasbourg. The Strasbourg court is much more adventurous in trying to, and much more political than it was 30 years ago. So yes, get out of that. But then there are various. I think we've more or less got it. So the problem we had with Rwanda was that the left-wing lawyers all said, well, you can't send people to Rwanda because Rwanda is a frightening place where they had a genocide in recent memory, and what if their human rights of people are abused in Rwanda? So we had to show laboriously that that wasn't true, and that Rwanda was. It's true now. Rwanda is actually a very well-run country, and it was still, but because of the the courts continually finding small objections, just trivial things about, I can't even remember what it was. We had to pass a law, which was basically the Rwanda is safe law. And it said, Rwanda, great place, in the view of the British Parliament. And so that trumped the judicial objections.
Did you visit Rwanda?
Yeah, I have done. Yeah. Have you been there?
No.
It's great. I mean, it's unbelievably clean. I think you probably get severely punished for dropping chewing gum in the street quite properly. But, it's beautiful.
Could quitting the ECHR, that will interfere with the Good Friday Agreement? Do you think that leaving the ECHR will push towards Irish reunification?
Oh, I don't think so. No. I don't think that's I don't think that follows at all. I think that there's been a Northern Ireland has been part of the United Kingdom since before the Convention on Human Rights, before the ECHR, before I think things will go on.
And of course,
as long as that's the will.
Yes, of course, in the Good Friday Agreement, it says that there has to be identical levels of laws, both economically and socially. Hence, leaving the ECHR, it may and it will cause issues within the Good Friday Agreement.
I think that what we would say is that people's rights were going to be protected in the UK, whatever happened in all parts of the UK. And that people in Northern Ireland would not be in any way disadvantaged by comparison with people in the rest of the island of Ireland. So, people in this country really do have their rights protected. I don't think that the ECHR makes any difference, and I think it'd be pretty easy to show that. I mean, the convention is written into British law anyway.
Moving on to the Conservatives now, your own party. We just had the Conservative Party conference. Kemi Badenoch, she spoke passionately. What did you make of her performance?
Outstanding. I told you already. I think she had a great conference, great announcement of the cut in stamp duty, something for everybody who is hoping to buy a home. Stamp duty is a terrible tax, freezing up the property market. Great news.
A rather simple question now. Do you miss frontline politics, and how are you filling your days now?
I'm very, very happy. I mean, I'm very honoured to come on your show, obviously, but I'm very happy. I got a lot on my plate. I got 4 children of 5 and under. I've got, it's a lot of work. I've got to try and pay for my wife's kitchen. I've got to do all sorts. This is a full-time job. I'm writing a lot. I'm drawing and painting and doing. I've got lots of stuff to do. So I'm very happy. I'm frustrated by the way Labour is taking things. So I want the Tories to come back.
President Trump made a miraculous return to politics, as did Winston Churchill, who is one of your great idols.
Yes.
I'm not a betting man, Boris, but I would say it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we shall see you back in frontline politics.
Well, look, I mean, I think I've compared it before to being reincarnated as an olive, or it's about as likely, or being blinded by a champagne cork. It is statistically possible. You can get or lost or locked in a disused fridge. Or,
not impossible.
It's statistically. I mean, anything can happen. But water can flow uphill. But it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I got to be. I'm looking at. I want my party to come back and to get organised. That's the best solution.
And if it continues to go in the opposite direction, would you feel duty bound?
It will. I think it'll. I think. You know what I think? The idea. I think the people will be so they will get their act together.
You've won every election as well. I think you've ever fought. So
yeah.
Is it a case that if you're called for, you wouldn't come back?
I think that the Tory party would be much. They will recover of their own. They've got lots of talent. They've got ideas now. They're being grown up about their policies. We need the reform. This great bubble. It's like a pumpkin or a squash or gourd, one of those things that has been inflated with drips of water for a prize for marrow. Have you ever seen that? When maybe my grandmother used to grow prize marrows and squashes and things, and they were always filled with water, so they exploded. That's what's going to happen to reforms. It's going to blow up.
With the Tories down, Labour wobbling, Reform are rising. Do you rule out a coalition between the Conservatives and Reform?
Well, neither of them seem to want such an arrangement. So if there is, it's it's one of those romances that is taking a long time to get going.
Moving on to free speech in the UK, there's been growing concern about the restrictions on free speech. We've seen the Irish comedian Graham Linehan, or the writer of Father Ted. He was arrested at Heathrow by 5 officers for tweets regarding the trans community.
I saw that. He's the guy who wrote Father Ted. Yeah, look, I think this whole thing's gone a bit crazy. I mean, 20 years ago, this thing didn't even exist. This whole trans thing. Nobody told us that this was I don't remember any discussion of this. And now you can't say anything that's,
offensive.
I think everybody just needs to calm down. And I think, yes, people should be polite, but people should also grow a bit of a thicker skin. There's too much policing of tweets. But what we mustn't do is start to say that things like the Father Ted guy being persecuted for his tweets, it's not as bad. It's not the same as what's happening in Russia. It's not the same as what's happening in China. I mean, Russia, you literally have journalists shot. You have thousands and thousands of people locked up. If you're an opponent of Putin, you get poisoned or you get sent to a concentration camp. That doesn't happen in Britain, right? And so we've got to a stage where we're sort of making a false equivalence between ourselves and other countries, and that's rubbish. That's rubbish.
Elon Musk is very vocal on this matter. He has tweeted out numerous times in regards to the UK, make 1984 fiction again. What do you think of his sentiments, and what do you think of Elon Musk?
He's a brilliant guy. I mean, I know him a bit, and I've talked to him. He's an absolutely brilliant guy, amazing guy. And look, there's a point. What he says about and what people say about free speech is correct. There is an issue, and we have to be vigilant in support of free speech. And people should not be jailed for one single tweet that they delete almost immediately. But you can't compare that with North Korea, where if you say something that the regime doesn't like, you get strapped in front of an anti-aircraft gun and blown to smithereens. That's different, right? So let's keep the moral difference.
And just staying with Elon Musk, do you think he was perhaps caught off guard? He didn't expect the political backlash he received for coming out and supporting Trump in the way he did, or entering frontline politics?
He obviously believed in it. I think he tried his best with Doge, but I think sometimes business people do find politics quite frustrating, because if you're a big businessman and a big leader in it, you're used to being able to tell people, you do this, and then it gets done. In politics, it's not quite like that. It's more, there's...
How is it?
You've got to know where all the kind of, the groups are. You've got to know who's going to push back. You've got to be quite an operator. And I think...
It seems wildly inefficient.
Yes, it is. It is. And I think, I think the whole Doge thing was a good idea. We should do it here.
Moving on to a topic that's very close to your heart is the war in Ukraine. During your time as Prime Minister, you were the first world leader to visit Ukraine. You led what's now dubbed the Coalition of the Willing. What, in your mind, does peace ultimately look like in Ukraine?
I hope that peace will look like, I don't know what the exact geography of Ukraine will be. I hope that Russia will get out of as much as possible. They can be persuaded to withdraw as much as possible. I mean, they have it's pointless holding on to this land. They'll have to spend a huge amount of money remediating it, investing in it. They're better off out of it. But I hope it will involve a free, sovereign, independent Ukraine. That's the most important thing. And I think it will. And the faster we get to that solution, the better. And we need to speed up, because this war's been going on for 3.5 years. And as Donald Trump rightly says, too many people are being killed. And it can end. It should end. And I would do several things to bring it to an end as fast as possible. I would, number one, I would take that. There's $300 billion of Putin's money frozen in a bank account called Euroclear in Brussels. Maybe the biggest chunk is in that bank account. That money could be taken, unfrozen, and given to the Ukrainians in advance as a down payment on the bill the Russians will have to pay for reparations, and that would be huge. Let's see, that's a serious amount of money for Ukraine, 150, 200 billion, so 300 billion. So that would sort them out for at least 2 years, right? Putin would look at that and he'd think, oh God, I got to keep fighting for 2 more years. And Putin's economy is not looking good right now. Number two, the weapons that the Ukrainians have, they should be given the permissions to send those weapons to take out the Russian bases. Man, Putin's bombing Ukrainian cities every night with drones, with missiles. They're coming from these bases in Russia. The Ukrainians should have the permission to take out those bases and do more to take out the Russian oil refineries. Number three, I think that we need to be doing more to crack down on the shadow fleet. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them, or something should happen to them to stop this. I wouldn't. You must stay within the law. You tell people on board the boats that their time's up, they must get off. But then we should stop this. Then you've got to be tougher on the countries that are keeping Putin going by buying his oil. They're funding his war machine. And Trump has shown the way. Other countries need to do the same. For the fifth thing, you talk about the coalition of the willing. What is this argument fundamentally about? Fundamentally, the question is Ukraine part of a Russian empire, a Russian sphere of influence? Is it basically controlled from Moscow? Or is it a free country, a free democracy that can do what it wants? And so the coalition of the willing, the European ground forces, they should go now. They should go now to Ukraine. They should go to Kyiv.
Boots on the ground?
Boots on the ground now. In the safe parts of Ukraine. Most of Ukraine, I go there quite a lot. I'm sure you do. Most of Ukraine is perfectly safe to visit, right?
And what if those troops were targeted or hit by a missile? Does that risk escalation?
No. Well, you could say the same about anybody who goes to Ukraine. So send them there, doing backup, doing logistics, doing training, stuff like that, away from the front line. Under no circumstances are these guys going to be fighting, shooting against Russians. Never. That's not going to happen. So given that is never going to happen, there's no reason why they can't go now. And the reason for sending them now is because that shows to Putin our answer to the question, what is Ukraine? We're saying Ukrainians decide now and forever who their alliances are with, which foreign troops come onto their soil, and not Moscow. Do you see what I mean? So the boots on the ground is an opportunity to clear up the ambiguity. Ukraine has suffered for too long, since 91 when it was created. It has suffered from this ambiguity. The Ukrainians want to be free, they want to be independent.
President Trump, he recently met with Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Do you think, in the same way as he's done in Gaza, is Trump capable of brokering a peace in Ukraine?
Yes, if he does the things that I've mentioned, and he can, and if also I think he needs to, so like he did with Hamas and with Netanyahu, he needs to show to Putin that Trump wants Ukraine to be free. And I think once Putin understands that that's what America's real objective is, they will find a way through. They will sort it out.
There are some corners of the world, particularly online, that say perhaps a Russian victory may be inevitable simply due to the size comparison of the countries. How do you respond to that? But
Russia is losing. I mean, obviously, they've been saying that Ukraine's going to be conquered for 3 years, and Russia has still taken less than 20% of Ukrainian territory, and half of Russia's oil refineries are now out of action, quite a big proportion, 30-40% are out of action. They have terrible problems, and this is Ukraine doing this to them. They need a way out of this thing. They're not going to conquer the whole of Ukraine. They need a solution, and it'd be the best thing for Putin. Putin, he controls the media. He can say, "I've won." He can say, "I've cleared all the Nazis out of Ukraine. That's it. Voila. And no more Nazis." I mean, there never were any Nazis, but he can say that. And get the thing over with. I think Trump is in a position to put pressure on Putin. I really do.
I'll just end.
But other people have got to back. But the Europeans, we've all got to support Trump in exerting more pressure. America can't do it on its own.
And I'd just like to end our time, Boris, with a quote about legacy from your great idol, Sir Winston Churchill. He said, "History shall be kind to me, for I intend to write it." What will be the legacy of Boris Johnson?
I'm proud of having given my country back, or helped to give my country back, its constitutional legal independence. That was the thing I was elected to do. I think that it was also important that we, because of that freedom, we were able to vaccinate people. I know you may worry about vaccinations, but we vaccinated people more quickly than any other European country, more than virtually any other country in the world. And so we came out of lockdowns faster. I'm also proud that the UK was able to work to ensure the freedom of another European country, and that Ukraine was not crushed. It's the battle, the fight is still not over, but at least we helped to avert a catastrophe in the first few weeks and months. I think there's a few other things, but it's quite enough to be going on with. I think constitutional legal independence is important.
Boris Johnson, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's never comfortable to be displaced from your home, from your country. I was born in Damascus, Syria, at 10 to America, being labeled a refugee, totally against the genocide. And I'm most disturbed by the silence of the greater powers who may actually be financing it.
We are Palestinians that feel good about being Palestinians, being Muslim, being part of that culture.
This is my grandmother's ring, my teta, a small coin from Palestine. Family are the ones who will always be there for you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
From headlines to hashtags, following the stories shaping today's conversations.
Collaborative efforts like that,
online and beyond,
that we've been able to have far greater impact.
We will not have clearly a progress without having a plan.
Behind every international headline is a much bigger story.
I love it. I see great promise.
And that is the story we bring you.
This war ceased to be a just war.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, we bring you the stories that matter most.
The blame is almost universal. Population displacement, starvation.
There are multiple sides to every story, but only one place for the debate.
This is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive. It's historic and epic.
We follow the money, the markets, and the momentum.
It's about how all of that comes together to deliver an outstanding product.
Driving Saudi Arabia forward.
Love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on.
The ultimate global stage.
Lebanon should not be attacked.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes.
Where the architects of power, economics, and politics
stop the war in Ukraine.
Break their silence.
Al Arabiya English, trusted by leaders, watched by the world.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The Hadid family is a name many of us know through business, design, culture, and philanthropy. For the first time, we were granted exclusive access to the Hadid family estate in Rhodes, Greece. We sat down with designer and architect Mohammed Hadid, his daughter, designer and businesswoman Marielle Hadid, and his brother, entrepreneur Mahmoud Hadid. Join us for a rare look inside the family, their story, and the legacy that continues to inspire generations. Welcome, Mahmoud, at Al Arabiya English. Thank you so much for inviting us at your house here in Rhodes. So as Palestinian American, can you tell us why did you choose specifically Rhodes?
I had the privilege to move here with my father, who worked in the United States government at the USIA and the Voice of America in 1970, and he was based on Rhodes. So I was able to come to Rhodes and live in Greece and study in Greece.
Alongside with your work in environmental engineering and the real estate development, you have also donated money to the Red Crescent, to the United Nations and other organizations. You have also helped orphans and poor people here in Rhodes. So can you tell us more about these projects?
That is correct. Besides doing many things with orphans locally in Greece or in other parts of the world, I mentioned the Red Crescent when we were separated in 1948, and then I was born. It was the Red Crescent were able to unite my parents. In those days, there was of course no telephones and all that. I had an opportunity to be invited by Dr. Muhammad Al-Hadid, who started the Red Crescent in 1948 in Jordan. Once I was able to visit the Red Crescent, Amman, Jordan, I found a lot of children in need of help. The hospital needed equipment. We were able, my wife and I, to donate X-ray, MRI equipment, and other things that the hospital requested from us. Most recently, a few months ago, I was able to visit the hospital, and I was able to meet approximately 100 children who were brought from Gaza. These children did not have legs, limbs, head injuries, blindness, lost their parents. It makes me very sad to see children 6 years old, 7 years old, 9 years old, no legs, no arms. It is a very sad, these children are only victims of war, family, losing their parents, losing their country, Gaza. So it was very important, and the most honorable mission is to continue to work with the Red Crescent, the Red Cross. Many of the Red Crescent aid helpers were killed, bombed in hospitals. It is very sad that the humanitarians who are helping the victims of war would also become victims because of their helping victims. So there's nothing more honorable in my life that I did, more rewarding than taking care of the children of Gaza, my people, the Palestinians. So it is very rewarding, emotionally sad, but due to our faith, believing in God and Allah, we hope for a better tomorrow. And so I do support also Her Royal Highness Alia Al-Hussein and her effort to save animals in it's called Small Miracles. So it's not only the human impact, it's not only the children who are lose their limbs and their families, so it's the environment as a whole. Without it, we cannot live.
You have often spoken about your Palestinian refugee status. Can you please tell us more about this experience? How has it shaped your outlook on success and your whole identity?
Well, it's never comfortable to be displaced from your home, from your country, to be stripped of the ability to exercise your rights with your faith and other beliefs. So in the beginning, it was very confusing to be traveling at a year and a half old. I was born in Damascus, Syria. Then at the age of 1.5, I left for Lebanon. At 3, I was an infant, left for Tunis. At 10, to America. And being labeled a refugee when it's not refugee, not in the context that we were poor or living in tents, but it gives the stigma to what refugee meant. You could be a king and be displaced from your country, like in Greece and other Spain. So it was very frustrating to try to overcome language, cultural differences, to be accepted in society. So the challenges were not to keep up, but try to excel, to catch up. Once we did, we were able to do good things with that knowledge. We turned it to positive energy, and we started to contribute for the better world and environmental work and other things such as, helping people who can't help themselves anymore.
Your ancestor, Daher al-Umar, was the ruler of Palestine on the 18th century. Can you please tell our audience more about his legacy and his story?
Yes, Daher al-Umar was a leader in Palestine in the 18th century. He unified the business world between Jews, he brought them from Tiberias, he protected the Christians in Nazareth. He was able to have industry unification and believed, and he actually liberated it by removing even Napoleon from the era. Daher al-Umar was considered king of Galilee and prince of Nazareth. He built the Church of the Annunciation, where the Virgin Mary, at the well of the Virgin Mary, where of course Gabriel gave the annunciation of the coming of Jesus Christ. Daher al-Umar was very open, liberal, ideology thinking, and liberated the Arab world and brought unity between the three faiths to work and prosper together. So his legacy, from my mother's side, Khiriye Daher al-Umar, Daher al-Daher, is embedded. My father is Anwar Hadid from Sapad, but lived in Nazareth and under British rule. The first 4 children were born in Palestine, Muhammad being the last. Muhammad was 2 weeks old when we went back to our home from Nazareth, where he was born, and Daher al-Umar's home, where my mother was born, and went back to Safed to go back into the home, and he was denied entrance, and he was taken to Lebanon, to where my aunt lived. My father went from Safed to Syria, and unfortunately, there was a lot of killing that night, and later the Red Crescent was able to reunite us. I and the other 4 children were born as, say, refugees in Syria, and left Syria on a refugee Palestinian voyage.
You have spoken openly about the Israeli-Palestinian war and the illegal settlements in West Bank. Can you please tell us more about your thoughts?
I've been to Palestine, I've been to the West Bank, Akka, Haifa, Tiberias, Ramallah. For me, it's a microism of what's happening in the world today, where we are allowing genocide, killing, displacing of my people, so it's more effective on my feelings. I don't agree with war in general. I don't agree in the destruction of the creatures and the animals and the planet, because war is never good for anything, any war. In this particular case, yes, I'm totally against the genocide, the ethnic cleansing, and I'm most disturbed by the silence of the greater powers who may actually be financing it, and so it has conflicts, because I'm American, I'm Arab, I'm born between cultures of religion, faith, the Holy Land, and visiting the Jordan River and so forth. So it does have emotional impact, but you have to be strong to overcome everything and not deal with it in emotions, but try to make it a better world again if possible.
Were you able to go back to Palestine as well?
I was in Palestine in 1989 during the first Intifada. I was detained 3 hours at the airport by the military. I was guns and all were triggering to get me to react violently so that I can become the cause of why I should have been maybe injured. But I was able to keep my discipline. They put me on a plane and I never went back. At that time, I also removed many things from the house of Dahir al-Omar, where my father, and shipped them to Miami from Haifa.
I understand that you have a long-lasting relationship with Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries. Can you tell us how this relationship started and how it has evolved?
My relationship with the Saudis never really started in college, but in the Gulf War, I started to work in the environmental because of the oil well fires was the first time it was used as a weapon against the environment, against humanity. So we used, the World Health Organization licensed us to use bacteria for the first time, a war on the environment to save the environment. So I had the opportunity to work in Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait Oil Companies, Bechtel's, Dow Chemicals, and we helped clean up the oil well fires. We do remediation of the soil where we're not burning it, but, for example, inject bacteria into the earth. Augmentation of the sewage plants, because with Saddam, all the motors were shut off, the pumps. So levels of H2S gas, total suspended solids, and others, toxins, were in the air. So I was there for the oil well fires. My first job was in Jabal Ali in Saudi Arabia before we liberated Kuwait, and I was able to enter Kuwait. Also with the time of Hajj in Mecca, so we were there also. Mecca and Riyadh, Dammam, Dahran, and I entered Kuwait during the liberation, and this is where I met my wife, Alia.
We can see here in the pictures as well that you are a loving couple. Can you tell us more about this relationship and how it started?
Well, when I reached Kuwait, I set up offices with Aurora, a international company that makes the microorganisms. They actually made it for food products, grease, fats. So, but I was hiring, and Alia came to interview, and she had the best credentials. She knew Arab word perfect. She was able to speak Arabic, English. She had a degree in business management or accounting, but she was working already with the Arab shipping company. And then she joined me. A week later, I went to see her father, and we got married because on February 15th, all Palestinians had to leave, 400,000 from Kuwait. They were kicked out. So I married her February 6th, called our good friend, Mr. Zanouna, who was in Jordan, and he allowed us to bring her family to Amman. We got married in Kuwait during the liberation, and been happily together for the last 35 years.
How is your relationship and your families as well with President Trump right now? Because I understand that it has been through some ups and downs.
That is correct. Pre-1986, in 80s, end of the 70s, when 76 was the oil booms, the oil embargoes. Mr. Trump was a great real estate tycoon. My brother Mohammed Hadid was also a big tycoon in real estate. Ritz-Carltons, the World Trade Centers in Washington, beautiful villas that they built for some of the royal members of the Saudi and other, and he's very well known, Mohammed, of course, as partners and more intimate with them than I was. Then, of course, as times changed, I'm not sure we have any direct conflicts or have any. When my father died in 1989, Trump was cordial enough to send condolences to Mohammed. So you cannot say anything. Politics, as you mentioned, my nieces might be more vocal. Some of us, but it's a balance. But I don't believe there's any direct conflict with Mr. Trump, President Trump, or his family. Mohammed and Donald had good respect for each other as business tycoons in the real estate in New York, Washington, Aspen, and so forth.
Before ending this interview, I know your close ties with your family. So I would like to ask you, what is the message that you want to pass on to them?
Well, to make my father proud, and my grandmother who died in Rhodos, and my mother, and 80% of my family who I've already buried, was always, my motto would be the same as it would be on my gravestone, that whatever I found in life, I leave it more beautiful than I find it.
Thank you so much.
So here you have my father, Anwar Hadid, my mother, Khiriye Dahir al-Omar, princess, my twin sister, Maha, the baby, the eldest, my sister, Ghada Hadid Hamdan, the banker. That's me, Mahmoud. Next to me is my brother, Muhammad, Raida, the second eldest sister, my brother Majid, who is an attorney, Majida, Sana, my apologies, Sana Hadid, lives in Amman now, also married my first cousin, Zuhair Hadid, and Majida Hyatt. So this is my family. Here are the grandchildren, or the nieces, nephews. Here's Alana with Michelle. This is my, Bella and one of my nephew, Yazan's son, Amin. So when they were all children, and as we had wedding parties, functions, we were able to enjoy their childhood. And this is Gigi. And this is Gigi, my apology. Bella, you will see her in other photos. But yeah, Wasim, Yazan. This is Alana, again, Lina. This is Muhammad with his 5 children. The eldest being Marielle, Alana, Gigi, Bella, Anwar, Yolanda, and yours truly, Muhammad Hadid.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hadid, for joining us at Al Arabiya English. In some of your interviews, you have mentioned how important it is to you to encourage your children to be proud of their Palestinian heritage. Can you explain to us why this is so important as a message to pass them on to them?
It's always been because I think from my parents' side that I learned about my heritage, which I know I have a long history of culture and heritage in my family member, between my family members, my mother especially. Her parents, her father, grandfather, great-grandfather was the ruler in land of Galilee at one time from 1725 to 1775. He ruled Dahir al-Omar Zaydani. So we have cultural heritage within us. So we wanted to keep that. So my mother always taught us not to hate anyone, including what the people who have done to us in the past. We invited into our homes, and then I always asked my mother, "Why don't you tell me about this?" She said, "We didn't want you to hate." So they waited until we are much later on in life and they gave us specifically what happened to them in 1948 and before. 1946, when they invited some of the refugees from Poland and other parts of Europe to come and stay with them. So that kind of touched me personally because of their generosity and self-awareness. For them to know that they have done something good for the world, and but in fact it turned on them. In 1948, they kicked us all out. I was a baby. I was 6 days old when I was born in Nazareth, Palestine at the time, and at my great-grandfather's home in Nazareth. And my mother came back to our home in Safed, and they will not allow us into our home. So therefore, I see how my father taught us to be kind and to be good, regardless, and without pain. And I always thought to my mother, why you never tell us these things? She said, "We don't want you to learn about the massive experiences of what happened to us. We want you to make your own decisions about life, and then you can learn about the history. Otherwise, you're going to get stuck in pain." And therefore, I wanted to do the same thing with my kids. But my kids already by that time they knew about our family. They knew about me. They knew about my mother and father and their cousins and their family members. So they are aware of who they are. And of course, they took on a Palestinian issue because that was the sensitive issue, not of them being half Dutch and half Irish and so on and so forth. We are Palestinians. They feel good about being Palestinians, being Muslim, being part of that culture. So that's pretty much the way they have approached it, and without really pushing them. They loved it. They loved being who they are. They loved the culture. They loved the food. My mother was always teaching them about the food, about her background, our background, and how we lived our life through that, through my mother and my father, their kindness, that you don't need to be upset and sad, even though we are sad and upset. But, it's relatively not the same. Other people who have suffered and still until today suffering in our parts of the world.
I have seen that you touched a little bit the Israeli and Palestinian conflict, and you have spoken very vividly regarding the illegal settlements in West Bank. Can you explain to us what are your thoughts on these subjects?
Oh, because you have to, for sure, when you have as I have and my kids have, a huge amount of followers, huge, and not because of this conflict, because of what we do in life. Of course, I have been literally shadow banned for a long time. I mean, I used to have 6-7 million followers. Now I have 1.5 million. Not because of anything, they shut me down. My daughters have probably about 500 million followers. So they have voice, and we need to voice ourselves to put our conflict on stage where people can see reality. We are not We are not. We're humans. We're intelligent. We are educated, and we want people not to think that what they tell others who are the Palestinians are just goem or animals or so on. We know who we are. We don't have to even explain that. So this is the reason why I did not tell Bella or Gigi or Alana or Marielle or Anwar what to do, what to say. They said it on their own because they know that's their father. That's their father's issue, and they need to stay with it.
What is your connection with Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries? And how has this relationship evolved?
Oh, it's always been very, very good. I have always, I do a non-disclosure agreements with everybody I do work with, especially in the Gulf countries. I don't, when I do things around there, I keep it very private to myself. I don't go out and say I'm doing this with this family or that family. But I've done a lot in Saudi Arabia. I've had several, mostly residential projects that I've done in the past. But these are all private, and I don't like to bring up names. But I always enjoyed doing things in the Arab world because it's my. I love being there to begin with. Plus, I love the people I work with. I've done something in Qatar. I've done their first hotel there in 1979. Major hotel, probably his first hotel there in Qatar. And then I've done a lot of things in Egypt. I've done the largest, probably the largest building ever built in Egypt, residential and commercial, and doing another project in the North Coast. I love doing business. As a matter of fact, I want to do things in places like Oman, which I love. I just kind of went there, and the people there are so amazing and make me feel so comfortable. Now I want to take my talent and if I have left, I'm getting older. So I want to share what I have done. Of course, most of my work was in America and in Athens and Rhodes with my brother. My brother was literally, in my opinion, is a genius, but he doesn't want to say he is, but he really is a brilliant guy in his own way.
I have seen that you have done a lot of jobs. Real estate development is one of them. And then you went into business, you've done a lot of philanthropy. You've even represented Jordan as a professional skier in the Olympics. Can you tell us why you've been through so many different career paths?
I think between careers, sometimes the market collapses, something else happens, so you have a void, and that void I never want to be a void. I want to do something crazy, like the Olympics you mentioned. That was I used I had a Jordanian passport at the time, and that was the only way I could have gotten in because I couldn't be with the Austrian team and all these guys are crazy. And I learned how to ski by a friend of mine named Franz Weber, who is probably the most important speed skier in the world. And I shouldn't have done it because it's very dangerous. By the way, I don't know if you know that sport, speed skiing they stopped it because it was so dangerous. So I went there with them and I was trained in Portillo, Chile, and in Les Arcs, France, and in the wind tunnels in Pasadena and so on. So for speed, I enjoyed it, and I thought, well, so actually I was at the time the oldest Olympian ever to do that sport specifically. But I did it, and I didn't die, so that was it. I enjoyed it.
Where does life find you today, and what are the projects that you're focusing on?
Well, I continue on trying to stay within my real estate projects. I've done a lot in Los Angeles. I was probably the residential arena. I was probably one of the biggest in the late 90s and early 2000s. My biggest places I've done it is in Northern Virginia and Washington, D.C. I had maybe 8 to 10 million square feet of office space that I've done there, and I enjoy doing that. And then I owned the first five Ritz-Carltons from at the time when I was building the Ritz-Carlton hotel chain with Bill Johnson, the original owner, who bought the Boston Ritz-Carlton, and then from there on, I built some of their hotels as well. And then so my passion was always luxury homes, luxury living, luxury. I mean, for some reason, I had that in me. And as I always said, my mother used to take me to Egypt and other places around in the Middle East. And I used to look at the pyramids and other places like this. And I was fascinated by the not only the Arabic architecture, it's just in general. In Turkey, for example, and all these places. So I would take a piece of this and that, and I'll put them into my homes, I put them into my hotels, I put them in because I just want to kind of put parts of me in all the projects I have done. So I'm always wanted to do big things. I mean, why, I don't know, but maybe I was just, I just wanted to explore larger projects, and I was successful in it. So here we are.
And finally, what is the message that you would like to share with the world about Palestine?
You know, my motto has always been, where you come from is what makes you who you are. So I feel like I am my culture, my background, my mother's family's background, our homes in Safed and Nazareth, they were an example of what I want to be. I think that's how I felt. I need to move back and look back and see what we have done and enlarge it in different ways. The architecture is just is the way of life. I enjoyed bringing the East and the West together. I enjoy watching my children doing the same thing, and they're doing it on their own. I don't push my kids into anything. Really, truthfully, they are self-aware. Bella, Gigi, Alana, Marielle, Mahmoud, as you know, we are all different, but yet we're all the same. My brother is a genius. It literally is smart, 10 times smarter than I, but he knows how to play with his own, do it with his own way. I have different ways, and we can complement each other. We are actually more alike than we are different.
Thank you very much for joining us at Arabiya English.
My pleasure.
Welcome, Marielle, at Arabiya English. You have done so many jobs, like your uncle and your father. You have started as a model. You have also worked in the fashion industry, and now you co-own and you co-direct the luxury brand, the Hadid Eyewear. Can you please tell us more about your business endeavors?
So, I've always been interested in fashion. I started in fashion in high school. I did model a little bit, but I prefer not to be in front of the camera. I get a little nervous. And I went to art school. And then I did a lot of work within the home. So designing, redesigning. I worked with my father in some of his homes, doing staging. After he completed his homes, I would sometimes come and stage them and get them ready for sale. So I worked with him in that way. Both my mother and father are great cooks, love to entertain, and so I did Living Well with Marielle, which was a passion project of mine, and that I would decorate, go into people's houses, fix them up, and cook a lot and entertain, and it was kind of a lifestyle thing. All of that while I was having children, because it was a way for me to get my creativity out while I had young children. And I love to cook. I cook Arabic food. I learned from my teta how to cook all kinds of Arabic food. And so that is part of my life every day. Arabic music, Arabic food, rolling grape leaves with my sisters, Gigi, Bella, and Alana. So things like that. And now we're at Hadid Eyewear. Actually, we started it in 2017, so it's almost 10 years old, but we are relaunching this month, so it's very exciting.
How are you able to balance motherhood and so many jobs at the same time?
I work a lot with my children's schools, but so I'm on the PTA, and I work in my community a lot, doing projects that help the community that I live in. It's a small community, so it's really important to have grassroots safety, the fires, the environment. So we have to take care of our own communities, and I think that that's how I mostly show, rather than speaking a lot about who a Palestinian is or what a Palestinian is, I like to show that I am a Palestinian because I am a woman, a mother, and I care about the community at large. So that's how I take care of my community.
Can you please tell us more how your Palestinian identity has shaped your creativity, your designs, and your whole idea of life?
So I think, as I said, my parents are artists. So I, from both my mother, who's also a partner in our business, so we're three, my sister, my mother, and I, we work together, and she is an Irish American, so she also believes in liberation of people. And I think that shows up just in art in general, of bringing that beauty throughout everything that you do. But in my own style. I mean, for example, this is my grandmother's ring, my teta. So, Hariye. And I also wear a small coin from Palestine. So on one side, it's here somewhere. Here. So I keep things close, and gold in general is a way that refugees could leave where they come from and go other places and keep things that have something on them that was worth something.
You have mentioned that you're very close with your family. Would you like to tell us about the values and the messages that you would like to pass on to the next generation?
Yeah, so I call myself the lead Hadid because I am the eldest daughter of Mohammed. So Gigi, Bella, Anwar, and Alana are my younger siblings. And as I said, with living well with Marielle, but just generally, I do a lot of the holidays. I bring the family around. We cook together. We are, and we believe strongly in that family bond. And so we are together for the important parts of our life. And here I am in my uncle's house. So, you know, family is very important, and it's the most important thing. And so what I want to show my children always is, you know, that family are the ones who will always be there for you.
Thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you for letting me introduce Hadid Eyewear, and thanks so much.
Now, this year, 2026, marks a centenary in diplomatic relations between France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Well, formal diplomatic ties were first established in 1926. Well, today, the two countries enjoy a close strategic partnership spanning defense, security, trade, investment, energy, culture, and tourism. Well, ties between Riyadh and Paris have deepened under Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and the French President Emmanuel Macron. Well, Macron has been in office for the best part of a decade, and it's reported that the two leaders maintain regular contact, coordinating closely on regional security and diplomatic efforts across the Middle East. Well, to discuss this further, we're joined now by Dr. Louis Blin, who is a historian of the Middle East and the former French Consul General in Jeddah. He joins us today from Paris. Thank you so much indeed for joining us, Dr. Blin. And now, I understand you've lived across the Middle East and North Africa as well. I wanted to ask you a bit more about your relationship with Saudi Arabia, which, by the sounds of things, dates back several years.
Yes, I spent 4 years in Jeddah as the French Consul General, and it was one of my most interesting postings after 5 or 6 other countries in the Middle East, as the country was witnessing a real revolution, an underground one, especially in Jeddah, and which came out afterwards after the 2016 era of the present regime in Saudi Arabia, which is the product of this cultural and social revolution. And I was very lucky to witness it at its very beginnings in Jeddah.
Just turning our attention to the present day, it's reported that His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and the French President Emmanuel Macron speak quite often. I mean, how would you describe the state of relations between Riyadh and Paris?
It's a personal affair for the Crown Prince, who knows very well our country because he spent so many times his vacations when he was a child in France, and he owns a place in the outskirts of Paris. So there is a personal relation which was built upon a common past. And next, of course, they have been now very often in contact, and France and Saudi Arabia, as you properly mentioned, have 1 century of relations since the very beginning of the kingdom. But it goes far backwards because the first one to be interested in the Saudi state was Napoleon 300 years ago. And by the way, we will celebrate 3 centuries of the Saudi state next year, which means that it's one of the most stable countries in the world. This means that the French and the Saudis have a common past, and they share a common interest nowadays and they are trying to build a common future on, of course, mutual interest in especially cooperation in the cultural field. But nowadays, and the importance, I believe, of the visit of Prince Mohammed in Paris is that it comes at a very sensitive time where the Middle East is about to change thoroughly. We are witnessing the end of the U.S. dominance in the Middle East, and we cannot, until now, guess what's next. So we are trying to build something together. We have been supporting all the contacts of Saudi Arabia during the last period with some regional actors, as well as non-regional like Pakistan, and Turkey. So we would be eager to build something together in common, because we have this shared interest in stability. Stability wouldn't come if we do not act in a common mood. I believe, of course, that we are on the same thinking politically and economically, but the main point and the main difference which we can make both both countries is that we have a cultural interest in the ongoing world. The leadership is not only military or political, it's also cultural. We have a cultural crisis in the Middle East because of this crawling of the US empire, and we are trying to build a common culture together. And of course, everybody nowadays speaks about the projects. We have a joint project in Saudi Arabia, in Al Ula, since during the last few years. And now we have some discussions about a theme park close to Paris, which means that our joint cultural projects might happen in both countries.
Okay, so I mean, everything you've said suggests a strong and mutually supportive relationship between Riyadh and Paris, with this personal dimension that you mentioned as well. You also touched on the Iran war, and specifically on that point, I want to ask you whether you think there is common ground and perhaps some shared frustrations between Riyadh and Paris on this particular issue.
Yes, you know, we have an experience that the quickest way to get rid of a foe is to make out of it a friend. That's what happened with us, with Germany after the Second World War. And why wouldn't it happen in the Middle East as well? There are a lot of problems between Iran and its neighbors, but I believe that it could not be solved with violence. The war, always worsens the situation in Iran, as well as in Yemen, of course, which is a byproduct. So I believe that where the actors, the regional actors, eager to solve it without interference from actors who have nothing else than war in mind, it would work. Why not? And we would be supporting such a prospect, which might happen quite quickly, because everybody now knows that there is no issue of this war. So either it lasts for years and there will be only losers, including ourselves, or it will be solved by some sort of a stalemate, but at a condition that everybody wants to build a common future, and I believe that a common future in the Gulf is in the interest of both sides of the Gulf.
Sure. And the situations in Lebanon and Gaza spring to mind as well. I mean, both of those situations are of considerable interest, I think it's fair to say, to both Saudi Arabia and France. Do you think they have a shared approach to the desired outcome in both Gaza and Lebanon?
Yes. Everybody has its views directed towards Iran nowadays, but I believe that the main issue is the other side. There are only 20 kilometers between Israel and the Saudi borders. So the Saudis are fully interested in what, fully aware that their future is always at stake when Israel goes outside of its borders, and that's what is happening now in Syria and Lebanon, and unfortunately in this Palestinian occupied territories. So we are here to support, of course, an independent Palestinian state. Both of our countries have been working since decades for that. And now all the French as well as the Saudis understand that there couldn't be any real cooperation and, of course, stability in the Mediterranean without this issue being solved as soon as possible. Now we have a very dangerous period up to the midterm elections in the States, but I believe that we shouldn't wait for that. We have our powers are limited, of course, but we have at least something to say. And the power of the two states in such a situation is something that people look at. And I believe that the common statements at the end of this visit will be something that people in the region will, of course, will wait for and will listen very cautiously.
And just lastly, I wondered if there was one word, one adjective you would use to describe this relationship between Paris and Riyadh, a relationship that, as I said at the beginning, is now in its 100th year. Yes.
We have been through a lot of issues, which, especially after 9/11, which were trying to divide us. But it never succeeded. Now we have been for 1 century two countries which respect each other. And I believe the answer to your question is mutual respect.
Mutual respect. Thank you very much indeed. On that note, we're going to wrap up. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Louis Blin, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much for welcoming me.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Boston. What do you know about Boston? Boston is the capital city of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the United States, and the largest too, being about 48 square miles or 124 square kilometers in size, and an estimated population of about 137 residents. With that, Boston becomes the largest city in New England and comes in as the 23rd largest city in the United States. Boston is a city for those with a knack for history. It's always interesting to explore, but aside from that, you can appreciate it for its mix of offerings. You can enjoy the view of the skyline or its many art galleries and museums. Take a walk in the many parks or, of course, the prime tourist spots. Probably the most popular are their nautical tours and historical legends that we're here to find out more about. The city is filled with historical sites that are quite easy to discover. There's the Freedom Trail. There's Paul Revere's home. These sites are all reflective of the Great Revolution, where one will be reminded of America's incredible history. Next, of course, are the museums, which are easily accessible throughout the city. Here you'll come across a mix of fine arts, history, and scientific discoveries. There's the famous Charles River, just near the Science Museum, as well as the Boston Public Library and Copley Square, among others. Popular tourist attractions are, of course, part of the city. Boston has got a great outdoor space that's home to many entertainment events. Tourists and locals alike enjoy the happenings that are held here. You can choose from a lot of various activities, from seeing the historic churches to visiting the sea animals or the Fenway Park. Take your pick. And then there are the friendly neighborhoods. It's what makes the city of Boston unique. Each area has its own identity and mix of history, cuisine, attractions, and urban scenery. You can enjoy strolling through the different areas and see everything from brownstones to skyscrapers. Last but not least, the city is also famous for its diverse culinary offerings. They have dim sum in Chinatown and authentic Mexican food in Fort Point. Then there's also the incredibly good homemade Italian food in the North End. Each boasts of distinct tastes that make up the uniquely diverse Boston city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
To hashtags, following the stories shaping today's conversations.
Collaborative efforts like that,
online and beyond,
that we've been able to have far greater impact.
We will not have clearly a progress without having a plan.
Behind every international headline is a much bigger story.
I love it. I see great promise.
And that is the story we bring you.
This war ceased to be a just war.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, we bring you the stories that matter most.
The blame is almost universal.
population displacement, starvation.
There are multiple sides to every story, but only one place for the debate.
This is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive. It's historic and epic.
We follow the money, the markets, and the momentum.
It's about how all of that comes together to deliver an outstanding product.
Driving Saudi Arabia forward.
Love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on.
The ultimate global stage.
Lebanon should not be attacked.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes.
We're the architects of power, economics, and politics.
Stop the war in Ukraine.
Break their silence.
Al Arabiya English. Trusted by leaders, watched by the world.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios here in Riyadh. And these are our top stories this evening. Iran says it's fully prepared to counter any increased US sanctions, but Pakistan remains hopeful of a solution. Meanwhile, the United States removes Syria from its terror list. Al-Shara says it's a chance for the country to shake off a dark stain. And country music legend Dolly Parton has sadly died at the age of 80. Iran says it's fully prepared to counter increased US sanctions after Washington announced their so-called economic D-Day plans. Now, Iran's economy minister said the threat intended to isolate them from the global economy would be another defeat for the US. Pakistan, however, still believes there is room for a solution here. Taking to X, Pakistan's Interior Minister has said, and we quote, Field Marshal Saeed Asim Munir and I have had a very positive and productive meeting with the President of Iran. Our discussion focused on the Iran-US conflict, tensions in the Middle East, and the way forward, as well as the steps needed for both sides for restoration of the Islamabad MOU, thereby leading to a comprehensive settlement of the conflict. The Iranian president candidly shared his government's perspective and concerns, and we had a very constructive exchange on the issues. Significant progress was made and the meeting concluded on a highly positive note. We remain hopeful that this momentum will help pave the way for further progress and lasting peace in the region. Now, to discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by the Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. And here in the studio, the founder of Narrative Shapers, that's Alex Malouf. Alex and Michael, thank you both so much for joining us on the show. Alex, we'll turn to you first of all. What do you see here? Is this going to be the key? Is this the thing that brings Iran back to the table? Or do you think potentially it could escalate these tensions even further? What's going to happen in the near future?
So I think my money, Jono, is going to be on not much changing in the short term. You got to remember, Iran has been under sanctions for over 40 years. This is something they're used to. They're used to finding ways around sanctions. Their biggest partners, trading partners, like China, India, they are going to be under pressure from the US, but China has already said that it views the sanctions as being illegal, so basically they're going to keep trading. The Pakistan's Field Marshal Munir was over there. He's very optimistic in terms of what happens next. Oman's Foreign Minister Al-Busaidi is also over there at the moment. He's travelled to Tehran to discuss the negotiations, the direct negotiation. Nearly, we've now hit 2 million Iranian riyals to the dollar, and it was up from 1.5 million earlier in the year. So again,
so where are we currency-wise? It's now the most devalued currency in the world, and the question is, how long can Iran really sustain a level of currency devaluation like that for the everyday person on the street?
No, I think their bet is they want to get to the midterms. You know, they want to cause President Trump damage when to voting for the Republican Party. And they think if they're going to do this and if they achieve that, then they're in a better position to then negotiate further. Again, as to whether that's going to happen, nobody knows. But right now, both sides are basically digging in for a longer confrontation.
And it's funny you mentioned how China have said that they will potentially continue here. Iran's foreign ministry said that the sanctions are actually a threat to international law. They also said it's against the UN Charter, and that any country or no honourable state would accept the negotiation normalisation, and said it's gross lawlessness and it's some level of bullying. Michael, let's turn to you on this. People are saying that this actually gives Trump the upper hand. Senior figures even in Iran have spoken out and said the impact on Tehran's economy could be, of course, devastating. What do you make of that?
Well, I certainly think that the U.S. administration officials would agree that it does give Donald Trump the upper hand. I don't know that too many analysts around the world would take that position. I think most would say that Donald Trump is desperate to find an off-ramp. He's desperate to end this. To Alex's point, talking about the midterms, I think that many Americans are thinking that Donald Trump would like to extricate himself from the straits in time for it to have an impact on voters come midterms. And we are 70 days away from elections. It doesn't give much time. Donald Trump does not have the upper hand. Let's be clear. The Iranians are in the driver's seat because the Iranians can just threaten ships in the Strait of Hormuz, and that's going to be enough for insurers to make sure that they're not sending ships through. So as long as that threat continues to be there, Donald Trump finds himself in an awkward position. I would also add that if the Iranians decided to escalate, because perhaps these economic sanctions bite a little bit more than they expect to, if that's the effect that it has on the Iranians, then they might feel cornered. If they feel cornered, they in turn might lash out. But they're not going to lash out at where America's strongest. They're not going to go after some of their aircraft carriers. They're going to hit Gulf allies. They're going to hit Abu Dhabi, Qatar, Dubai. That's the issue that Donald Trump is trying to avoid. He wants to be owning the narrative and coming across strong. But we can all see that he's not strong and that he doesn't have the upper hand.
I guess, Alex, the question would be if China don't play ball, and you've alluded to that may be the case. If the strategic partners that Iran sees don't actually adhere to these sanctions and they ignore Washington, which of course is a big possibility, how much does that undermine what President Trump and the whole administration is trying to do here?
You've got to remember with sanctions, what you need is based in alliance. You need to have international cooperation. And it's probably fair to say that this administration, that hasn't been one of their priorities in terms of reaching out and building coalitions.
Yeah.
They went into this with Israel. Nobody on the international stage effectively supported it from the get-go. Some reluctantly came in, as they were asked to, forcefully by the administration. China has said very clearly that we are for a negotiated settlement. They've continued to buy Iranian oil during that period of a waiver. They were the biggest buyers. Nothing's going to stop them from buying today. The only thing which is effectively going to stop them from buying anything is the blockade on Iranian ports. Otherwise, China has already said very clearly, we are a trading partner. We're going to trade with everybody, including Iran. And we believe that the sanctions, as I said before, are illegal. So, we don't see any reason why we should stop trading, especially when, if you look at the pricing for Gulf oil today, they're pricing at a discount of between $50 and $60.
Yeah.
So why would the Chinese pass up a good deal?
Yeah. And again, 80% of the Iranian oil is all going to China. We know that at the moment. Just on the Strait of Hormuz as well, some news coming through just a couple of hours ago. The Omani foreign minister is saying he's hopeful that they will soon restore a temporary corridor for the Strait of Hormuz and a practical arrangement to restore safe navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. So again, that is a developing story as well. I guess, Michael, diplomatically speaking, where are we at currently? Because we haven't heard a lot about what's going on. Is there any back-channel conversations happening right now? Or are these economic sanctions seen as the new military action?
That's a really nice way to put it. I think that when we talk about Canada and the U.S. or Iran and the U.S., I think that economic sanctions have taken the place of military action. And that is, I think, the chip that the Americans have that they're trying to use. They've seen that military action does not work the way that it might have, partly because they are bombing from the skies. And no regime has ever been displaced because of bombing from the skies. You need the bombing from the skies, and you also need boots on the ground. And that's a step too far for the American military. They could, of course, go down that road, but nobody in the United States is believing that that's a viable option. So what they're relying on are economic options. As Alex said, I would agree 100% that as long as China and Russia continue to stand by Iran, then I can't see these sanctions biting into the Iranians. I would also want to make a distinction. I think that Iran is divided into three parts. I think there are the public-facing politicians who speak to the media. I think then there is the IRGC, the ones who are in control of the weapons and who are bombing the ships. And then the third are the Iranian people. Now, there's 92 million people in Iran. And I believe that these sanctions might have an impact on the majority of the Iranian people. But so long as the regime feels like they can withstand the sanctions, I'm not too sure that they're too fussed about whatever's D-Day economic hardships the Americans are going to try and introduce. The one caveat to that, I would say, is if we look through history at situations where countries have come under great sanctions, not too often does a government collapse. What usually will happen is that the people will start to feel how harsh the sanctions are. They in turn will rise up and there will be protests. Now, could you imagine if we had 90 million people in Iran going to war against each other as they pick sides? That could be a worse situation for the Americans and for the entire region than the situation we're in now. And I don't think anybody thought that this situation, which is the worst it's been, would be at this point.
Alex, Michael, thank you for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story. And Canada has announced retaliation tariffs on the US, saying it's going to match them dollar for dollar. So the counter levies are worth around $20 billion. They're going to be on things like American steel, dairy, appliances. There's a whole range of goods that are listed here. It comes after President Trump told Canadian leaders to fall in line or face consequences that are far worse than the existing tariffs. Michael, as our resident Canadian on the show, we'll turn to you on this first of all. This one has started off with the Canadian press talking a bit about this, and we've talked about what exactly the conference was said there and what these tariffs actually mean. So what is this all about? What stood out to you from that press conference?
Well, I would stand back a little bit now that we've had about 72 hours or so to look. I would say that the Canadian Prime Minister is 100% winning the public relations battle. And I would say that not just as a Canadian, but if we look at a lot of the press coverage that has come out from both sides of the border, the American media as well as the Canadian media, there's been an awful lot of deep diving to try and figure out exactly what happened, why these talks fell apart. And I think the way that the Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney, expressed himself, it was, quite frankly, impressive. He wasn't taking potshots. He wasn't making it personal, but he was saying, we're at war. We have been attacked. We had the 2018 NAFTA agreement. That's what North Americans called it, NAFTA agreement. That was the agreement that Donald Trump signed in 2018. And then when he started his second term in office, he tore it up. And we have been trying, Canadians have been trying to figure out a way forward with the Americans. So in the last week, they had their negotiations. And then at the last minute, the reporting has been that the Americans wanted to not just come up with a great deal for the Americans, which of course they should be doing, but they wanted to defeat, humiliate, to own, as Mark Carney said. They wanted to break us so they could own us. Donald Trump wanted to make sure that it wasn't just a good deal for America, that he actually was in a position where he could dominate the Americans, or excuse me, dominate Canadians. And that's when Mark Carney pulled away. And so when we look at that press conference, he was clear and he was concise. And as a Canadian, I think he nicely explained how Canadians feel. And we're prepared. Now, I'm not living there, but my children are there and they are working and they're prepared to suffer as long as it takes, so long as our sovereignty is not, does not come into question. Canada is its own nation, and it's going to stand proudly on its own. America will want to do the same. Ideally, you would have a trading partner that would want to work with you so that both sides compromise, but both sides in the end come out feeling, yeah, we got a pretty good deal there. That certainly wasn't the case. And I think in that press conference, the Canadian Prime Minister expressed himself very well. And his approval rating, if you can believe it, for any global leader, is in the high 70s as a result.
Alex, I suppose the people who are going to feel this most on both the Canadian side and the US side are the consumers. How is this going to impact them?
So, alluding to what Michael was saying, I think the Canadian public is ready to take it. You know, there seems to be support for the actions taken by Mark Carney, the Canadian Prime Minister. They've already started doing this before, and this isn't the first set of threatened tariffs on Canada. And we've seen, for example, how Canadian retailers have taken off the shelves American products, be it spirits, be it other things as well. So you've also seen Canadians boycotting travel to the US, tourism, which is costing the US, you know, about $3 billion annually in terms of that trade. Now, the question is going to be, you know, the American public, you know, are they willing to take basically the hit back? There is already a lot of rancor about the cost of living in the US. Again, we're getting to the midterms. Politicians are talking about what this means for them and their voters. Susan Collins, she is a senator from Maine, which is basically a neighboring province to Canada. And she came out saying the tariffs are bad news for both American families and also American businesses. So there is a lot of unhappiness in terms of what the tariffs mean for the American public, for American businesses. And again, going into the midterms, this is not what you want as a president, because you know this is going to lose you votes.
Michael, the question, well, what the Trump administration will say is that this is part of the America First proposal that's in there, of course, since, you know, pre-election. That's what probably got President Trump into the White House yet again, America First. There's very little, aside from potash, that I can find online, that is listed in these tariffs that the US cannot produce on its own, albeit at a different cost. So that would be the argument from the US point of view, to say that actually we don't necessarily need Canada, and that it probably goes the other way around. There might be some cars, and especially specific auto parts, that they can only get from the US in Canada, so this will hurt Canada more and not vice versa.
So it certainly will hurt Canada. There's no doubt about that. But Canadians are so comfortable right now, willing to take on the pain, because they want to be able to prove to the Americans that they believe in the strength of their nation as an independent, sovereign country. And to them, it's not something that comes down to what's good for Canadians and what's good for Americans from an economic point of view. When you start trying to demand that Canada makes concessions with French language, which is spoken by about 25% of the population, and most Canadians, even if they don't speak it, French culture and the Quebecois, it holds a dear place in our heart, and it is part of the fabric of the country. So I would also argue that from an economic point of view, Canadians are willing to take the hit for now, but it feels like it's more, I would say this, the Iranians are feeling an existential threat because of the Americans, and it's actually the regime that's feeling this existential threat because the Americans want the regime gone. Canadians are feeling this existential threat, but we're feeling it as a people. It's not our government that could be gone, it's the people that could be gone. And that's incredibly important to us. And if we can look at some of the language that Donald Trump has used since he's been back in office these past 18 months, where he's talked about Justin Trudeau being the governor, it's now something that a title he's bestowed upon Mark Carney, the Prime Minister. He's talked about wanting Canada to be the 51st state. He's talked about wanting to take over Denmark. He has more of an affinity with the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un, than he does with the South Korean leader, the leader who is in the head of a democracy. So I think if we look at all of the language that Donald Trump uses, we look at the way that he communicates, which is on social media in capital letters, very aggressive. And if we also look at the message itself, this is not a man who is willing to treat his allies or even his adversaries respectfully. He wants to come in, as I said earlier, and he wants to be the big dog, and he wants to make sure that you understand who's in charge.
The administration would argue that it's in their favour, but that is a conversation for another day. But I appreciate your thoughts on that. Michael, Alex, thank you very much. Let's move on to our next story. In the United States has removed Syria from its terror list after 47 years. This move, which was first instigated by President Trump, will now allow private sector investments into the country. It's also going to provide those all-important sanction reliefs for the post-Assad government. Speaking earlier, Syrian President Ahmed al-Sharaa thanked the US for their support. Have a listen to this.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Peace, mercy and blessings of God be upon you. Today Syria is shaking off a dark burden and tearing out a painful chapter of its past to embark on a path of development, reconstruction and rebuilding. Great people of Syria, you have done it again. The sanctions have been lifted and the restrictions removed. I ask God Almighty to help us serve you. I extend my deepest gratitude to the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, and to all the friendly and supportive nations that stood by us. Peace, mercy and blessings of God be upon you.
This does feel like a very positive spin on a story coming out of Syria, and it's quite refreshing. Alex, this has been described as a historic milestone for the people of Syria and for Syria as a country as well. This is a big turning point. We shouldn't underestimate that.
So this effectively is the last major sanction which has been removed from Syria and the Syrian government, and even the Syrian economy. So what it does, it takes away legal and compliance risks. It allows Syria to effectively, from now, deal with the Western banks, institutions, go and seek out loans, be provided with more government support as well. It also lets them, and you've also got to remember with these, there is no snapback which can be triggered.
That means that they can't change it anyway.
So, yeah. So if, you know, in theory, with snapback, Congress or the Senate could step in and then ensure that it is immediately re-triggered. These sanctions are now gone. And if you want to reinstate them, you've got to go through, again, Congress, Senate, and then the President as well, the White House. So, you know, this is a major opportunity now for Syria. It means that multinationals can move in and do deals in Syria directly, which is, you know, again, a major part of what they want to do when it comes to reconstruction. A lot of multinationals have already been eyeing this for some time, and they've already been going in indirectly, but now they can go in directly as well. So you can also see now Syria as well being able to go out to the market to buy technology which is dual use. So there's a lot of benefits for the country, and again, it's another step in terms of what they are trying to do when it comes to reconstructing Syria after what effectively was a decade and a half of civil war.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a long game for sure, but this is the first step and the first big step in that. Michael, the question is why now? Why has Washington done this now? But also, what sort of an impact is that going to have on the wider region?
So I think why now is a really good question. And I think we can see that the Syrian government and the country is in a vulnerable state. And the last thing that anybody wants is for Syria and Iran to develop, rekindle its relationship. It's important that the Syrian people get as much help from the international community as they can. So by removing this terrorism designation, it allows for everybody who wants to come into the country to invest. It gives them that freedom to do so. And I would also want to talk about why the region would benefit, because we know that the Emiratis and the Qataris and the Saudis all want to get into Syria so that they can invest. The Qataris have already signed a deal to run the Damascus airport. A big developer in Dubai, Mohammed Alabar, has gone, and he says that he's going to be investing in projects there as well. We know the Saudis have had economic conferences in Syria talking about trying to drum up as much investment as possible. And we have to understand that while I believe that the Middle East is divided into three distinct parts, the North Africa, the Levant, and then the Gulf, everybody recognizes that the Middle East as a whole does much better when Syria is a strong country because of the history that exists within the country and the culture, because the people value education, because Syria has traditionally been a shining light. Now, granted, they've gone through more than 50 years of Assad rule, and they're trying to come out of that. But the U.S. government, I would also argue, is looking for a bit of a win right now, especially when it comes to foreign policy. Things aren't going very well with Canada. Things are not going very well with NATO. It's going terribly when it comes to the relationship that the United States has with many other countries. At the top of that list, of course, is Iran. So this gives America an opportunity to talk about a bit of a victory that is something that they have not experienced, certainly in the 18 months that Donald Trump has been back in office.
I guess, Alex, the wider ramifications of this are not just the business element of it, which you mentioned already, but it's also the local business element of it from a tourism point of view. We heard from an expert earlier who's in Damascus who said actually this summer they've seen quite an influx of tourists. And we're not talking about Syrians who are returning back home. We're talking about tourists from abroad who are actually going to Syria and now seeing it as a tourist destination. There's a lot of industries homegrown in Syria that would benefit from the lifting of this restriction.
Look, I remember visiting Syria many times before the start of the war. The country has so much history, culture, cuisine, the friendliness, kindness of its people. It was a location that, you know, if you knew the Middle East, you would always want to go to Damascus or to Aleppo and go and visit the environment around it. You know, I remember going to Palmyra, to Tadmor. Again, absolutely stunning. We've seen Syrians wanting to go back from all over the world, you know, from the Gulf, from Lebanon, from Turkey, from wider afield in Europe. There's a real, I think, excitement about what is happening right now and what it means. And again, you know, Syria should be taking its place on the world stage. I think we're going to see a lot more positivity in terms of what's happening, not just on the economic front, but also what this means for the Syrian population as well. So, you know, it is a very good step. And I think given all the news, all the other news around us, you know, it's good to have this positivity.
Yeah, as I say, we cover so many stories so often on a negative side. And we've covered stories previously on a Syrian point of view from civil wars, everything else that has gone on there in the last couple of years and months even. And it's such a positive spin in it. Michael, I think what's impressive here, and I don't know if you'll agree with this, but Ahmed al-Sharaa came into power and we're looking at 2024 through to 2026. It's not a very long time. He has completely 180'd that relationship that Syria had with Washington and turned it into the favour of the people of Syria. That's been an impressive turnaround.
In less than 2 years, very impressive, especially when you consider there was a $10 million bounty on his head by the U.S. government several years before that. So to go from being a terrorist to somebody who is being gifted cologne by the president in the Oval Office, that's quite the achievement. Now, he also has massive task in front of him. The World Bank estimates that to reconstruct Syria, you're looking at $216 billion, which is 10 times the country's GDP. And that's where the investment from foreigners is going to come in. And hopefully that will start to trickle down soon enough so that people are able to not just build the structures, the citadel in Aleppo, but also some of the souks, as well as homes, making sure that people are able to travel and benefit from having all this foreign investment in the country.
Michael, Alex, thanks for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story. And this is sad news from Hollywood. Country music superstar Dolly Parton has died at the age of 80. Over the course of her career, Dolly won 11 Grammys, 3 Emmys, and recorded a whopping 48 studio albums. She sold an incredible 100 million records worldwide. Her family revealed the news online via a video statement, paying tributes to the Queen of country music. Take a listen to this.
Hey everyone, my name is Brian Seaver, son of Cassie Parton, and I'm representing the Parton and Owens family today, announcing the passing of my Aunt Dolly Rebecca Parton Dean, sister, sis, Aunt Granny to one generation and Gigi to the next. This video announcement is something Dolly asked of me years ago, before I fully absorbed it as a future reality. As her head of security for more than 2 decades, a role my father Larry held before me, I have imagined the heaviness of this moment, but haven't truly felt it until now.
This really has caught me by surprise. Just before we came on air, we got the news of this, and it really is truly a day to remember for all the wrong reasons. President Trump has announced that US flags all over the country will be flown at half-mast. That in itself is a testament, I guess, to just how iconic this lady was. Michael, there are not many entertainers who managed to remain this popular or who managed to gain that much popularity. She spans across so many generations and, I guess, bridged that gap in musical genres. What is it about Dolly Parton you think that connected the world?
She was such a larger-than-life character, and I say that respectfully. I am of an age where I can remember seeing Dolly Parton on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson in the 70s. This is a woman from the South, proudly from the South, who was not the traditional reserved character from the South, especially the role that a woman should play. She was incredibly talented. She wrote more than 3,000 songs. She was also an actress and, as we know, an incredibly successful businesswoman. All we have to do is look at Dollywood and how incredibly popular that is. She also was doing fantastic work in the world of philanthropy. She was the one who created this initiative where she gave away more than 3 million books to children. She was everything that was good about America at a time when it was so easy to fall in love with some of the personalities. And because the personalities didn't necessarily seem as though they were overly PR'd, especially with Dolly Parton, she just came across, what works so well today on social media is authenticity. And I think everyone would believe that Dolly was her authentic self. And to be able to do it for more than 50 years is an incredible achievement. And 80 isn't even that old, but she certainly has been successful and trying to make so many people around the world fans of country music. And not too many country singers have had that impact on the global stage.
Alex, I guess the attention now turns to her legacy, and what a legacy it is. I don't even know how you begin to talk about what it was. Was it the songs, the personality, the businesswoman, the philanthropy that Michael discussed as well, everything she did away from the entertainment scene? This woman leaves behind an incredible legacy.
You know, she started off in terms of her career in the sort of the 60s, essentially. She actually started singing when she was just a child, a couple of years old. And she always says that, it was her and 11 siblings, so 12 of them. And she said she basically started it because she needed to make money. It was simply about the condition she was living in. But the thing is, everything she did, she owned it. If you look at what she did in terms of acting, she went from being a singer to being an A-list actress, winning multiple awards. Looking at when she started the big film, which was Working 9 to 5 in 1980. And everybody who's come after her, she's influenced them. If you think about Whitney Houston, her biggest song, which was a cover from Dolly Parton, which was I Will Love You, Always Love You. And then others as well, Taylor Swift, in our generation. I'm saying our generation, okay, maybe people who are younger than maybe your generation.
Slightly younger.
Yeah, but, just again, her legacy, she's going to be remembered for many years to come, again, just because of who she was, what she was capable of doing, her talent, what she achieved. Just looking at the numbers, she had 25 #1 singles on the country charts, 41 top 10 country albums. She was everywhere. And she was, really the first American country singer who became a celebrity and a legend globally.
Yeah.
It's really hard to think about many others.
Yeah, I mean, you look at some, you think of Michael Jackson, you think of Tina Turner, Diana Ross, who kind of have spanned across that. But Dolly Parton, for me, stood out as this, and it goes across, again, it's across genres, but also generation. I'm sure, Michael, you'll probably agree with this somewhat. I remember, growing up in the car, listening to tapes on my dad's radio in the car, and it would have been Dolly Parton, and it would have been stuff like 9 to 5 and like Islands in the Stream and songs like that, where it's just core memories for my generation, for my parents who were, you know, in their 70s, for their generation, it was for them as well. And it was across borders. She knew no boundaries when it came to countries that she appealed to. And you as a Canadian, I'm Irish, and we're talking from across the pond and everywhere. She seemed to have had that impact where she broke the barriers down and introduced an entire generation again and again and again to country music.
And it was her music, but it was also, as I said earlier, it was her personality. And she was 80, which again is not very old. And yet when I think about her, a smile comes to my face. I'm not thinking sad thoughts. And usually when somebody dies, you think, oh, that's unfortunate. But I think Dolly would be the first to tell you that she lived life to the fullest, no regrets. She was incredibly positive, always outspoken, happy to stand up and talk to people about what she believed in. And I think that we're all lucky that we were here on this earth at the same time Dolly was, because she is, excuse the expression for country singers, but she was a rock star.
That is, it's got me choked up. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest with you. There's very few stories that hit the news and catch me by surprise, but she certainly was an icon of our times, and it is very, very sad news on the passing of Dolly Parton. Michael, Alex, thank you for your thoughts, and I believe fitting tributes to an absolute legend of music. I think it's time to lighten the mood a small bit. We need it after that. It's that time of the show where Alex and Michael have brought two of the quirkier stories of the day from the news. Alex, we're going to start with you. This is a haunted house, but it's dedicated to another music icon, the Prince of Darkness.
Yeah, well, this is a haunted house with a difference. So, you know, Ozzy Osbourne, the Prince of Darkness, the man who you will never forget if you've seen him on stage. Whether you like animals
or on TV, you know, for that matter.
Yeah, so this is a crazy story. So Universal Orlando have decided to pay tribute to him by essentially having Ozzy's haunted house. This is obviously in the run-up to Halloween, but they were inspired by his records and the artwork on his records. Things like, you know, Bark at the Moon. So you are going to experience a haunted house like no other. It is going to be something which is going to probably scare the bejesus out of you. But yeah, this is probably a very fitting tribute to Ozzy and his own legacy. I just wonder if they're going to sell candied bats in the shop after you've left the stage.
Like you said, if you've seen Ozzy Osbourne on stage, it's quite a terrifying thing to see. But even if you've watched him, I mean, complete opposite of Dolly Parton. Ozzy Osbourne, I was always surprised as to how he had gone on for so long, whereas Dolly Parton felt like she could go forever. Michael, I don't know if you're a big fan of these haunted house things. For me personally, I've had terrible experiences in them, so I'm not a big fan. Would you go to an Ozzy Osbourne one? I know that you're a bit of a rocker in there. I believe, have we lost Michael? We've lost Michael.
Oh, you're back. I lost you. I don't know if you lost me or I lost you.
I think we have you back.
So in answer to your question, I'm not a big fan of haunted houses. I might have been when I was in my youth, but we're talking a long time ago. Now I know what scares me. I know what makes me uncomfortable. I know what's going to give me heart palpitations, so I stay away from it as much as I can.
Yeah, I absolutely. These things are the stuff of nightmares for me. They intentionally do these to try and terrify you. And I've had to leave them once, having had a minor accident. And it's not a joke. So these things terrify me. But I did find it unusual that Universal are the ones who are carrying this. And I thought it's impressive. You can go to several different experiences at once.
You know, look, there's a lot of brand crossover there. You've got Orlando, you've got, obviously not in Universal, but you've got Mickey Mouse. Then you've got, you know, obviously that's part of the Disney experience. With Universal, you've got all these different brands being put in there, but I never thought I'd see an Ozzy Osbourne haunted house in a family attraction. But, you know, it's a new audience.
Michael, we love a good animal story. Yours is about a very famous zoo. It's checking on its array of animals. It's got to do an annual weigh-in. Tell us about the way they're doing this.
So it is not just a nice expression, but it is an annual event, and it's the annual weigh-in of all the creatures, big and small, at the London Zoo. They weigh everything from the snails. One snail, they say, would would weigh as much as 1 gram, up to their biggest creature, they say, is a giraffe that's going to weigh 700 kilograms. So they make sure they go through this process, because what they do is they want the data that they can input into a global database that conservationists around the world have access to. So everybody's able to keep track of what a healthy, thriving penguin, for instance, as we see on the screen, should weigh. It also is the weight of these animals is an opportunity, and it's a kind of a way to judge if a creature is healthy, if they've gained weight or if they've lost weight. It's obviously, creatures can't necessarily tell you how it is that they're feeling if they're sick, but weighing them is one of those opportunities that allows them to sort of see if there's been a lot of fluctuation.
Michael, and forgive me, again, I don't know much about how it works in zoos or any wildlife conservation system, by how would they weigh animals, but surely there's an easier way to do it than trying to get them to precariously step up onto the scales. In my head, I thought maybe would it be some sort of a hoist and one of those baggage scale type things that you'd be able to weigh a giraffe with, because I don't know the logistics of getting I can see how they'll do it with a monkey or, you know, a pigeon or an insect for that matter, but I can't envisage how they get, and I wish we had the image of them getting the giraffe onto the scales.
So you think that weighing an animal would be as simple as weighing your luggage before you get on a flight?
Yeah, but obviously with a crane instead of your hand, you know, because it needs to have that level of torque. So, but you're talking crane here, and then you've got your luggage thing here, but obviously a much bigger version, and then your giraffe dangles down here, and you just weigh it. That's, in my head, that's how it works.
So that's you think that would be easier than simply stepping on a scale?
Well, yeah, because I feel like a giraffe in kind of a, like one of those doggy kind of a holster things, but obviously a much bigger one, would just be easier. I just don't know how you get the giraffe on the scale. It's where I'm running into the issues here.
Well, I would argue that you probably have a big enough scale. And the best way to entice an animal is with food, and lots of their favorite food. And that's exactly what they do. They make sure that in fact, they say that they want the animals to play a part in the process. And what that means is the animals actually eat the food that they're being given.
Which makes perfect sense. Alex, for me, I didn't realise that this was a job. I think I might have picked the wrong career. Weighing animals seems like a much more fun way to spend your afternoons, to be honest with you.
It does. Well, it depends on the animals. But also, as well, I would have thought this would have been a great opportunity for Weight Watchers to step in and brand the whole exercise.
Yeah, well, you think there's a great branding exercise that's just been missed there at London Zoo, I think, to be honest with you. But again, the capybaras and all those animals look like they were in tremendous shape as well. Thanks so much to both of our guests for their stories for tonight. We appreciate it, guys. Once again, you can see all of the latest stories that we have up on Arabiya English's website, and of course keep up to date with everything that we've done up on our Instagram. Massive thanks to Alex Malouf for joining us in the studio, and a thanks to Michael Jabri Pickett joining us from Dubai. To both of you for your thoughts and opinions on tonight's stories. We appreciate it. As always, you can catch up with everything on X and on our YouTube channel as well, but that's all from us on W News Extra for tonight. GNT with Tom Burges Watson even is on the way next. But for now, good night.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, as the US announces fresh economic measures designed to isolate Iran's economy, we ask, will the plan have the desired effect? Well, according to a Wall Street Journal report, US intelligence warned President Trump of some of the consequences of attacking Iran before the war began. Some of those consequences have now materialized. Plus, more than 100 former British and French diplomats sign an open letter calling on their governments to take action over what they say is the erasure of Palestine by Israel. We'll be speaking to one of those signatories in just a moment. All of that to come in today's edition of GNT. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on the Iran war. And as we approach the 6-month point in the conflict, and with no obvious end in sight, the US has unveiled further sanctions against the country. Well, this is part of a plan dubbed an economic D-Day. Well, Washington is warning that countries that continue trading with Iran risk being forced out of the dollar-based financial system. However, no timeline has been announced for the implementation of these latest penalties, nor is it clear which countries may be targeted. Well, as the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced these latest measures, he warned that being cut off from the US dollar transactions was, quote, kind of a death sentence.
Beginning today, the actions of Treasury and other agencies will tighten the noose and block every potential source of revenue that funds the IRGC and the evil Iranian regime. We are enforcing a zero-leakage approach. There will be no minimal breathing space for the regime to rebuild its capacity to inflict terror against America and the world.
Well, let's bring into the conversation Thomas Philipson, who is the former chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors in the Trump administration. He joins us from New York. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We just heard a clip of the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent a moment ago talking about tightening the noose on Iran. Clearly, there's a new campaign by the United States to try and increase pressure on Iran. I mean, what's the goal here?
Yeah, I think the big elephant in the room, I think, is China, as everyone has recognized it. The goal is obviously to starve Iran of their financial capabilities to trade with other countries. But the main issue is, of course, that China is buying roughly 80% of their oil at a discounted price. That's why China is very interested in it. And therefore, the main income of the country in general and also their military is from China. So that is the main concern. It wasn't exactly clear from Bessent's speech exactly how that will be addressed, meaning the main income source of Iran may still be intact as opposed to other countries dealing with Iran. I think U.S. is sort of very hesitant to upset their trading relationships too much with China, given how big a customer it is of U.S. companies in general.
OK, so the goal, it would appear, is to cut off Iran's financial connections to the rest of the world. But you're saying that it might not work.
The issue is, I think, how aggressively U.S. will go after China, because China, like I said, is the main customer of oil of Iran. So if they're not limited in how much oil they're now going to be buying going forward, that's going to be the issue in terms of really drying up their finances. It doesn't really matter the smaller countries they're dealing with relative to China, in my opinion.
OK, I mean, clearly Iran is no stranger to international sanctions. They've lived through years of them. The Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying this is going to entirely cut Iran off, though, this time from the entire global economy. Let's just listen to a clip of what he said.
Iran now faces a very clear choice with only two paths before them: complete global isolation and a subsistence economy, or a path back to normalcy with an opportunity to rejoin the global economy. Today, we are launching Operation Economic Outcast to foreclose every other option available to the Iranian regime. Treasury has mapped every node, every facilitator, and every network that Iran has used to smuggle oil and evade sanctions.
OK, so Scott Bessent there threatening to cut them off altogether. I mean, Iran has managed to stay afloat as a country throughout many years of serious international sanctions. I mean, does this mean, do you think, therefore, they'll no longer be able to stay afloat as a country?
Well, the difference is here that Iran has obviously been sanctioned by many countries in the past. These are so-called secondary sanctions. They're sanctions on their trading partners if those trading partners engage with Iran. That's a different type of sanction. So now you're going to be punishing the people who are actually paying Iran as opposed to Iran itself. And that's the more aggressive stance that the administration is hoping will sort of raise a lot of turmoil internally in Iran against the reduced economic activity. It's very, very dependent on how China gets treated, given how much they buy of their oil.
Right, and clearly we are talking about China here as being the country that perhaps will determine whether or not this works. But China can retaliate, can't it? And it's got perhaps a measure of its own up its sleeve, and a curb on critical minerals, for example, or at least the threat of one. Wouldn't that scupper this whole idea?
Yeah, there was a big truce between the U.S. and China last year, obviously, and the two strongholds of the two countries was that China is sitting on very important minerals and U.S. is sitting on very important AI that China doesn't want to miss out on. So it's not that they're holding all the cards, but they're certainly holding a card in terms of very important minerals that U.S. needs. And those rare earth minerals are now being attempted to be produced in the U.S. So it's a short-run phenomenon, although it takes a while to set up that production, obviously. But there's something that the administration is working hard to combat, that's the leverage that China can use in the future.
I mean, China buys, it's estimated, about 90% of Iran's oil. But there's been this blockade on Iranian ports since mid-July, I believe. And I'm just wondering whether we can assume, therefore, that pretty much no Iranian oil would have been exported, and therefore none of it would have been bought by China in the last couple of months. Is that a reasonable assumption?
It's hard to determine, but it's clear they are clearly under financial strain currently, and their leaders are now starting to talk at least about some kind of an agreement, which is a sign that the economic pressure by not being able to sell oil in the same quantities that they were before this conflict is starting to take a toll. The question is if this even more aggressive stance will tighten that belt further and have them come to the table in terms of ultimately what this is all about for the U.S. is reduce the capability of long-range nuclear capabilities. Obviously, a country who wants death to America or death to Israel, those two countries are the most interested in stopping that country. And that's what started this initiative in February and has been the driving force for the administration going forward.
And Tom, just going back to the original threat by the United States, the threat of forcing Iran out of the dollar-based financial system. What does that actually mean for a country? What does it mean to be forced out of that system?
Well, that means they can't trade with many banks and many countries if they can't trade in dollars. The trade-off is for the U.S. that if they are limiting their ability to trade in dollars, they will turn to other currencies. And China is more than happy to have them trade in their currency, essentially, to facilitate trade if China doesn't agree to the U.S. strict measures, essentially. But not being able to trade in dollars is enormously damaging if you deal with banks or trading partners that are used to doing so.
But if China then comes along and says, don't worry, you can use Chinese renminbi, isn't that a bit of an own goal for the United States?
Yeah, no, that's true. But again, this all boils down, in my view, to how the U.S. treats China. Obviously, that will be in violation of these secondary sanctions that were put in place yesterday. So the question is, if China violates or engages in behavior where these secondary sanctions were aimed at curtailing, what is the real consequences? What's the real bite that the U.S. can offer?
Okay, and does this still leave the U.S. with some options that it can use later on down the line? Are there still some levers that can be pulled at a later stage?
Well, obviously, militarily, we can still act more aggressively. And we were initially, that this started essentially with military action and now has been translated into more of an economic warfare as opposed to military warfare. This administration has used economic policy, I think, very usefully many times in geopolitical disagreements to try to get leverage through our great economy of not being able to trade with our great economy, using that as leverage to get geopolitical agreements. That's the goal here. This is sort of an extreme version of that.
Okay, I mean, some critics of this whole plan say it's rather vague. There isn't a very clear timeline. Not very clear which countries this all applies to. I mean, would you agree with some of that criticism?
Yeah, I think the speech was clearly very general. I think that's intentional because they want to have leverage and negotiating going forward. So they don't want to go down a certain path and then miss that path going forward. And they don't also want to announce exactly what they're going to do to people, because then they lose their leverage if people can work around that. So it's a general strategy with this administration and Trump in general that you don't announce your plans, whether it's military. Obviously, you don't announce your military plans, but for the same reason that there's strategic value in uncertainty, you don't announce exactly what your economic plans are.
Okay, and just last, I mean, we're very close to the 6-month mark in this conflict. I mean, do you see any good options to bring this conflict to an end?
I think if China now puts pressure on Iran, because U.S. is putting pressure on China, that will be a very useful avenue in which this could progress to more of a settlement. I think U.S. has obtained some of their objective of destroying their nuclear capabilities. Again, that's the #1 goal in this whole conflict. It's taken longer, but if you view that as a goal that is worth fighting for, the cost on the U.S. has not been dramatic. It's been higher gas prices and higher energy prices, correct. But many in the electorate are fine in paying a price at the pump to essentially get away from a 50-year threat of nuclear weapons against our country and Israel, for that matter. That is, you know, if that is actually resolved in a useful way going forward and limiting that probability significantly, this has been a small price to pay, in my view.
All right, we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Thomas Philipson, former chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors in the Trump administration. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Now, staying with the Iran war, according to a report in the Wall Street Journal, the US President Donald Trump was warned by US intelligence and military officials in the days prior to the start of the war. He was warned of some of the possible consequences that a large-scale attack on Iran risked triggering. Well, some of those possible consequences have now materialized, notably the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Well, according to the report, the US Vice President J.D. Vance was amongst those advocating a more cautious approach. We can speak now to Vice Admiral John Miller, who is the former commander of the US Fifth Fleet. He joins us from Maryland in the United States. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Does that Wall Street Journal report sound credible to you?
Thanks so much for having me. Absolutely, it sounds credible. I think the experience of the United States military in terms of planning for potential conflict with Iran goes back 50 years. And so I think it's safe to say that every possible scenario has been thought out. And then when it came time for the president to make a decision regarding this particular conflict with Iran, I'm very confident that all of the potential risks were laid out to the president. He had a chance to weigh those. He was able to get advice from his Secretary of Defense and from the senior military leadership, and then make a decision. But it's not a surprise to anyone that Iran would attempt to close the Strait of Hormuz in any sort of a major conflict with the United States. That's not a news flash in and of itself.
No, but the report did say that attacks on neighbors was something that had been listed as one of the possible risks, and other things that we've seen subsequently materialize. I mean, shouldn't President Trump have listened to that advice from his intelligence community?
Well, I'm confident that the president got the advice, and whether or not he considered that, only he knows. I suspect that he did. With any sort of military conflict, there's going to be risk. And so when you look at the things that have happened during this conflict, all of those things were predictable. I think many of us were surprised at the veracity of the Iranian attacks on civilian infrastructure around the Gulf. There was no surprise that they would attack military installations that had United States military assets at them, but their willingness immediately to start attacking oil refineries, water desalination plants, civilian apartment complexes and hotels, that sort of thing, I think maybe was a little bit of a surprise to me, at least, and to many of us. But all of these things are part of assessing the risk. I think part of where we're at today, though, is that we had a very robust military campaign at the beginning, and then that stopped in order to go to a ceasefire. And that's allowed this situation to drag out far longer than I think anticipated.
Are you surprised at all that it sounds like from that report, the president and the vice president weren't exactly on the same page, with the vice president, J.D. Vance, erring on the side of caution? I mean, is that perhaps just a mere reflection of the fact that the US is a healthy democracy where people have differences of opinions?
Well, I think that shows a level of health inside the administration that all of us can be happy to know about, because you don't want the president surrounded by people that simply echo back what he says as an opinion to him as a fact. And so I think that there was a healthy debate within the administration. Different views were considered and heard. I think that's a very good thing, and I imagine that continues to this day, that there are differences of opinion in terms of how the United States ought to move forward from here.
We were speaking just before we crossed to you to an economist, an economic advisor to President Trump, and we were discussing the latest measures that Scott Bessent, the US Treasury Secretary, has announced, saying that what's been announced is tantamount to a death sentence for any economy that does business with Iran. I mean, we'll come back to the military side of things in just a moment, but do you think those economic measures are likely to have the desired effect?
I do think they're going to have the desired effect, and I think that the way to success in ending this conflict and doing so in a way that leaves the Strait open, the Gulf safe, the Gulf nations, the Gulf Arab states in particular safe, and Iran not in possession of a nuclear weapon or the ability to make a nuclear weapon, is through a combination of diplomatic, military, and economic means. I think all the stops now have been pulled out on the economic piece with this. Not many of the sanctions are new. They're really just a better enforcement of existing sanctions, but it will choke off the regime. And I think that's important. The military pressure needs to stay there. And now it's time for an international diplomatic effort to get the Iranian regime to do what it should do.
We're approaching the 6-month mark in this war. We will reach that anniversary towards the end of the week. I mean, Iran is still sounding as defiant as ever. And some might be asking what's actually been achieved during these last 6 months. How would you answer that question?
Well, I don't think we can discount the amount of destruction that has occurred regarding the Iranians' ability to make war. That doesn't mean that they're unable to make war. They're clearly still lashing out. There are attacks as late as yesterday on shipping, but they have a greatly reduced capacity to produce weapons and to have and employ weapons, to have a picture outside of Iran in terms of what is happening. So there's that. It's also not a surprise to me that there's a lot of bluster out of the regime. That's going to continue all the way till the end, however this ends up. And I think we'll see the regime lash out, and as a result of these increased sanctions and increased sanction enforcement, where they're going to realize that they're losing their grip on power because they're losing their economic base that is the basis for their grip on power. And so we'll see them lash out some more.
I mean, some people might be surprised that 6 months into a conflict with all the incredible U.S. military assets, air power, firepower in the region, we're still in this sort of stalemate. I mean, why is the U.S. not managing to get the upper hand here?
Well, I think we've got the opportunity to have the upper hand. And in fact, I think with the increase in the sanctions, it gives us the upper hand. I think when we look back at this conflict with the benefit of hindsight, we're going to find that when we went to the ceasefire after about 5 weeks of kinetic operations, that was too soon. And we should have continued the military operation, the kinetic operation, at the pace that we were at. And had we done so, we have come to a conclusion, a successful conclusion, I think more quickly than we have. So it's been difficult to sort of get around the politics of starting that conflict back up. And because of that, we've had to be more patient, use the economic means, and then really what we haven't done to the extent that I think is necessary is the diplomatic effort to get other countries in the region and around the world to talk to the Iranian regime and let them know they're not going to prevail in this conflict. It's important to remember with the regime, they don't care about the people in Iran. They're going to stay in power for as long as they can stay in power. That is what drives them. That's their absolute center of gravity. And so the misery that might be going on inside Iran because of their actions is of no concern to them. They will not give up power. They will not give up the Strait of Hormuz. They will not give up the ability to have a nuclear weapon until they have to.
And Admiral Miller, earlier on in the month, there were all these concerns about troop morale amongst U.S. troops. I'm sure you saw the reports, concerns about conditions aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. And we spoke to a number of military experts at the time. But I'd love to get your opinion as former commander of the U.S. Fifth Fleet. Do you think those concerns at the time were genuine, or do you think they were politicized?
Well, two things can be true at the same time. Certainly, we needed to be concerned, and the Navy is concerned, has been concerned about the health and welfare of the sailors on board the Abraham Lincoln and all of the other ships that are part of the Fifth Fleet right now. That's always been the case, but it's important to remember what we asked Lincoln to do and what we asked that crew to do, to be at sea for 275, close to 300 days by the time they get home, without a port visit, without a day of rest. Really, although you can have a day off at sea, you're never really off. You know, the ship is always running, and watches have to be stood, and meals have to be made and cleaned up, and all of that. So what they've accomplished is extraordinary. And I think what was overblown in the press was it painted a picture of this sort of dystopian place on board Abraham Lincoln, where there wasn't food, there wasn't water, people were desperate. Certainly, there are sailors that had difficulty with the length of the deployment and the pace of the deployment. And certainly, it's difficult on the families back home. But the Lincoln and their crew and the families all did a magnificent job. And that's really the message here, that we can have a ship on station for almost a year. And they were combat ready the day they arrived, and they were combat ready the day that they left.
Yeah, I mean, easy to understand, isn't it? The sort of the psychological toll that must take on people who are at sea for such a long period of time. I mean, did you, in your time as commander of the U.S. Fifth Fleet, did you ever experience anything comparable, a period of a very long, drawn-out deployment at sea, where perhaps you had sailors on board your ship who were perhaps getting frustrated and hot under the collar? Was that something you ever experienced?
Well, it's something we kept very close track of. And I did have a ship that was located in the region. It was off the coast of a country that was of interest to us at the time because of some things that were going on, without going into further details. And they were at sea for not 270 days, but for a long time, well in excess of 100 days. And we worked very diligently to try to find a like ship of similar capability to replace that ship so we could get that crew off the ship. You know, when we look at these aircraft carriers, when people see pictures of them, they're gigantic vessels. When you've spent 100 days in a row on a ship that size, it gets pretty small. So I think for most of the viewers, if we took you onto a cruise ship, the nicest cruise ship in the world, put you in the best cabin, and we kept you there for a year, you'd be ready to get off the ship by the time a year went by. So I've had the same experience. I've personally had the experience of being at sea for a very long period of time. And despite all of the technology and the incredible logistics that we have that supply our ships, just getting a day off the ship from time to time is important.
Yeah, I think I'd be ready to get off the ship after about 3 days. But thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Vice Admiral John Miller, former commander of the US Fifth Fleet. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Well, let's bring into the conversation now Van Hipp, who is the former Deputy Assistant Secretary for the US Army and now Chairman of American Defense International. He joins us from Washington. Great to have you back with us on the program. I'd like to start by asking about those economic measures that have been announced by President Trump and his administration. Do you think they're likely to have the desired effect?
I think they will. And let me tell you, Scott Bessent has been the best Secretary of the Treasury of my lifetime. And he has a keen understanding of not just the U.S. financial markets, but international financial markets. And he has said that they will bring in every agency and everything we have to bear to put even more financial pressure on Iran. Yesterday, they announced sanctions on 60 entities all over the world, including 2 or 3 in Hong Kong. And he has said that no country, no business, no bank is going to be spared from severe U.S. sanctions if they're doing business with Iran or taking oil from Iran and turning it into money to finance their activities. So no one's going to be spared. And I got to tell you, I was very impressed with his with op-ed that he wrote in the Financial Times. And what was very interesting, Tom, he started referring back to the 1943 Tehran conference when the big three came together to lay the groundwork for what really became the Normandy invasion on June 6th of 1944. And he even quoted Roosevelt and Churchill when they were talking about what could they do to increase more pressure on the Nazi regime. And of course, all this took place in Tehran. So he was sending a message.
So do you think it's going to be a combination of these economic measures plus the military campaign that gets Iran back to the negotiating table, if indeed you think that is the goal?
Well, Secretary Hegseth has said he is not going to rule out military strikes during this lull. And I think, Tom, what's very interesting, take a look at the response from the Iranian regime to Secretary Bessent's D-Day, economic D-Day message. It's all over the board. There is confusion in their ranks. President Pezeshkian was talking about a need to return to the MOU, where more radical elements of the IRGC were all over the map. So there is a real rift, of course, between the people of Iran and the leadership, but within the leadership, there's that rift too, between the civilian leadership like President Pezeshkian and the IRGC. And as I've said before, we need to do everything we can to pour kerosene, if you will, in that situation and drive that rift even further apart. But I do think there are things that we could do even in addition to the economic pressure that President Trump and Secretary Bessent are putting on. How about a land blockade? The maritime blockade has been effective. How about a land blockade to make sure nothing is getting into Iran in materials and technologies that they would need? Of course, that would require the help of the neighboring countries, but that's something we should look at. We should also look at increased psychological operations, something I've called for a long time, and I would do everything. I would double down to try and get arms to the people of Iran.
But are you surprised that 6 months into this war, which we nearly are, we will be by the end of this week, that more hasn't been achieved, especially when you consider American military might and what's been deployed to the region? Wouldn't you expect more to have been achieved by this stage?
Well, I think the more can be achieved. I think we've held back probably a little bit. We have assets in the region, but I think the president now has said negotiating with them is a waste of time. That's what he said. I believe that he believes that the increased economic pressure and these secondary sanctions with people who are doing business with Iran is going to be effective. Look, I think the president also cares about the Iranian people and the impact that some of the increased military operations may have on them. So he's walking up. It's a delicate balance there. But I think what this president is doing, he's not wearing his political hat. He's wearing his commander-in-chief hat, and he has since day one.
There are some reports of concerns in the upper echelons of power in the United States about U.S. weapons stockpiles, military readiness. You've probably seen some of them. Do you think there's any justification for any of those reports?
Well, I've written about this for a long time. Our national security supply chain has been hanging by a thread, Tom. There are so many critical technologies that we need, and we only have one or two little American companies left. And so one thing that to make a missile, to make a tank, to make a printed circuit board that goes into the electronics of aircraft and so forth. One thing President Trump has done, though, he has tried to revitalize that national security supply chain. And they've had a number of economic incentives to try to beef up and keep these American entities afloat who are making so many of these critical technologies we need, as well as expand that. So we would be in a dire situation right now had President Trump not done what he did on day one of his second term.
Do you think one of the lessons that will be taken away from this chapter is that the US needs to beef up its arsenal of perhaps mid-range weapons that would be more suitable to deter sort of some of the homemade and a much sort of less sophisticated weaponry that's been fired in the direction of the United States and its allies across the Gulf? Do you think that's something that needs to be tackled? Because clearly tackling...
Question.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
No question. And warfare is changing. I gave the keynote address last year in Taiwan at their National Security Summit, and I talked about spectrum, quantum, and AI as really the changing landscape of the battlefield of the future. And we have to adapt and be ready for it. So no question. But I do think we're going in the right direction. A lot of people say, we spend too much on national security. We spend too much on defense. Tom, the reason we have a federal government in the first place here in the United States is to provide for the common defense of the American people. That's why our states came together. When President John F. Kennedy was president, 48%, I think about 52% of all federal spending was for national security. When President Trump went back in office, it was only 16%. So we need to beef up our national security spending.
Any other lessons you think have been learned? Because there were, a couple of weeks ago, persistent reports about troop morale, especially the conditions being endured by sailors aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln who'd been at sea for, nigh on 300 days without a port call. Do you think therein lies perhaps another takeaway from this?
There's no question. We always know, no matter what conflict we're in throughout military history, the United States military is good about looking at what we call lessons learned, and how do we change military tactics, how do we adapt, and how do we be better, and how can we be better prepared for the future? So that's something the U.S. military always does. I know we did it after Desert Shield and Desert Storm.
What good options do you see for bringing this war to a conclusion?
Well, I'd like to, I believe the President and Secretary Bessent are on the right track with with economic D-Day, as they call it. But I would pursue that land blockade as well. And I would increase the psychological operations, and I would double down on getting arms to the people. I would even further tighten that noose.
Doesn't sound like you are seeing a likely feasible diplomatic pathway, though, towards ending, at least not any time soon, at least not that I was detecting from what you were saying there.
No, look at who you're dealing with. Look at it. And the lunacy of this regime and the way they've acted has just confirmed that President Trump has been right all along to take the steps necessary to ensure that they never get a nuclear weapon.
Okay, and just lastly, we're approaching Election Day in the United States, and I wonder what you think Iran might do between now and midterm voting day in terms of perhaps some measures of their own.
There's no question that they will probably try to pull a stunt as we get close to the election. There's been a good analysis by CSIS here in the U.S. looking at cyber attacks on water facilities in the water sector in America. 12 states were affected, 100 municipalities, and they've traced it back to a group called Cyber Avengers, which we believe is linked to the IRGC. I wrote a book years ago, Tom, called The New Terrorism, How to Fight It and Defeat It. And in that book, I distinguished between the cyber attacks the Communist Chinese do and what Iran does. China's all about espionage with their cyber attacks. They're trying to steal things. They're trying to steal your intellectual property. With Iran, it's about sabotage. So I believe the United States, we need to be doubly on guard as we get closer to the election for possible cyber attacks by the Iranian regime on critical infrastructure here in the United States.
OK, we're going to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Van Hipp, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of the US Army and Chairman of America Defense International. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Now, a group of more than 100 former diplomats from the United Kingdom and France have written an open letter to the French President and the British Prime Minister calling for action over what they say is the erasure of Palestine by Israel. Well, included in that call for action, a ban on trade and arms sales to Israel. This in a bid to force Israel to accept a Palestinian state. It's also part of a call for equal rights for Israelis and Palestinians. We can cross now to London and speak to one of the signatories of that letter, Sir Vincent Fien, who is a former British Consul General to Jerusalem and the current trustee of the Britain-Palestine project. Sir Vincent, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Just a simple question to start off with. What was the thinking behind this letter? What would you like to see happen as a result of that letter being published?
We believe in the UK and in France that there is a need to persuade Israel to change course. And there is urgency because what happened and is happening in Gaza, what we call, in my charity, called genocide, and the ethnic cleansing and settler violence and settlement expansion in the West Bank, lead us to believe that action is needed now. There have been many words, as you know, Tom, many words of condemnation of settlements for decades now. And since the 7th of October 2023 condemnation of genocide in Gaza, following that horrendous Hamas attack. So urgency, and we believe that the UK may move. Last September, Britain, France, Canada, Australia, Malta, all recognised the state of Palestine. It took rather too long, to be honest with you, but they did, joining 2/3 of the world, including the Arab and Islamic world. So that step needs to be made into a reality. And how do you make it real? How do you deliver, as you said, Tom, self-determination for the Palestinian people alongside the people of Israel? And we believe that that requires pressure on the state of Israel in order to change tack and to move from the policies that it's been following for too long, of genocide and ethnic cleansing, to a policy of negotiation, a policy of following the UN Security Council resolutions, those things that bind us together under international law. Because we have seen that Israel, in the way that Hamas did, is flouting international law, and we all need it. We need it in the Arab world, we need it in Europe, we need it across the world, to safeguard our trade and to safeguard our citizens abroad. So we believe that international law should prevail.
OK, have you had any response from the British or the French governments to that letter?
And we know it's gone in because we've made sure it did. It's gone into the National Security Advisor of the UK, Jonathan Powell, who works to Prime Minister Burnham. And it's gone into a gentleman called Emmanuel Bon in the Élysée Palace, who works to President Macron. We've had no direct response, but frankly, we didn't expect a governmental response quickly. It went in on Saturday. So we await further developments. Our Parliament, the UK Parliament, is coming back early next month, Tom, and we believe that our Foreign Minister, Foreign Secretary Ed Miliband, will declare some action, state some action. And it is in the interests of greater impact for that action to be concerted with allies, primarily with France, but also with Ireland, Spain, Portugal, Norway, Spain particularly has acted on settlements already, countries which have the same belief and the same values and the same interests as we do. So acting together, we can be stronger and have more influence on the course of events.
I think you were Consul General to Jerusalem between the years 2010, 2014. That's what I read. Do correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm wondering...
No, quite right.
Okay, good to know. I'm just wondering whether you've seen the situation for the Palestinians deteriorate significantly in the 12 or so years since you left that part of the world.
Quite right. When I left, it was hard to get into Gaza, but possible for diplomats, not for parliamentarians, but for diplomats and for international journalists. After the October 2023 calamity and the genocide which followed, there's no access to Gaza, and the ceasefire that was declared with a great fanfare back in October last year isn't a real one. 1,200 Palestinians have died since then, have been killed since then, and there is still starvation, lack of medicine, lack of temporary accommodation, lack of even rat poison, because there is an infestation of rats in Gaza with all the rubbish that has accumulated. And in the West Bank, when I was there, it was possible to travel pretty freely as a foreigner around Nablus, Jenin, Bethlehem, Jericho. Now it's almost impossible. Each of those towns is encircled with a fence, and there's one way in and one way out, and curfews. And on the main roads, lots of Israeli flags, which weren't there in my time in the West Bank. Now Britain and the majority of the world calls Gaza, East Jerusalem, and the rest of the West Bank Palestine. But this Israeli government is determined to, as it says, bury the two-state solution, bury self-determination for the Palestinians, and we believe it must not be allowed to do so. And the urgency stems partly, Tom, from the fact that there are elections in Israel on the 27th of October and the following month in Palestine, legislative elections in Palestine, followed by presidential elections. And what we want to see is that the Israeli electorate wakes up to the fact that its current leadership is taking it down very much the wrong route. It's talking about living forever by the sword. And we don't believe that that is viable, either for Israelis and certainly not for Israel's neighbors, the Palestinians primarily, but also the Lebanese. 1 million Lebanese citizens have been dislodged from South Lebanon, and several tens of thousands of Syrians from the southern part of Syria. So this isn't just about the Palestinians, it's about international law and our own values, international values. And I read today, Tom, the joint statement by President Macron and the Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, a very valuable document from the Crown Prince's visit to Paris on Monday. And their message is the right one: two-state solution, peaceful coexistence, rule of law, international law. And you may remember that back in July last year, there was a French-Saudi joint initiative at the United Nations in New York, which produced a communique, which, again, frankly, is a far better basis for operations than the Board of Peace text, which took over from it, if you like, in October last year.
Indeed, yeah, we've been covering that visit to Paris by the Crown Prince in great detail. I just wanted to ask you, I mean, we were talking about whether things have got worse since you left Jerusalem 12 or so years ago. And it just feels like in recent days and weeks, the situation's become even more shocking in terms of what people are seeing online, clips that are being shared on social media from Gaza, but also from the West Bank in particular in recent days. Profoundly shocking and cruel images, so many to choose from, such as pictures of a disabled man being beaten by a young settler. What goes through your mind when you see pictures like those?
The word accountability and the word impunity. Again, to be honest, Tom, such incidents occurred during my time. I remember a visit to Nabi Saleh in the northern West Bank with my minister, Alistair Burt, the Minister for the Middle East, to express our condolences because a Palestinian man called Tamimi had been shot on a Friday after prayers, demonstrating without arms, without a gun. And he was shot, and his sister asked me, what can we do? She had already presented evidence, video evidence, to the United Nations and to the International Committee of the Red Cross, and she asked me, what more can we do to get justice? And I knew, and she knew, that that was not possible because the occupation, which the International Court of Justice has deemed to be illegal, unlawful, the occupation proceeds in such a way that maybe a document, a dossier is opened after a Palestinian is shot dead by the Israeli Defense Forces or by a settler, but that is never followed up, very seldom followed up. And eventually the dossier is closed again with nothing done. Now, what I witnessed in 2012, 2013 is replicated almost 1,000 times now in the West Bank. We see villages like Taibe, a Christian village, under siege. We see Kusra under siege and 4 families unable to obtain food and water, hemmed in by settlers and the Israeli Defense Forces doing nothing to save them. In fact, in some cases, conniving at the siege. What can we do? Well, that's the call for international law, Tom, which the charity that I'm involved in, the Britain Palestine Project, advocates. The rule of law, without fear or favor. That applies to Hamas, it applies to Palestinian Islamic Jihad, it applies to the Israeli Defense Forces and the settlers. If we can reach a situation where international law is respected instead of being flouted, we'll be in a better place. And there is a prospect of hope for the future, because I truly believe that peaceful coexistence between Israelis and Palestinians is possible and necessary for both sides.
We talked a bit earlier on about how last year the British and the French governments had recognised the state of Palestine. There's a new Prime Minister obviously in place since that happened in the United Kingdom. He's going to have his party conference in the coming weeks, and it's reported he's under pressure to acknowledge and to recognise Israel's actions in Gaza as genocide. Do you think that's likely to happen, and do you think that will change anything?
Our charity, Tom, the Britain Palestine Project, took a long time to think about it, but did conclude that what we saw and still see in Gaza constitutes genocide. And lawyers like Lord Sumption and Baroness Kennedy from the United Kingdom confirm that. There is a tradition in our country that governments wait for the International Court of Justice before agreeing whether or not there has been genocide. But prevention is needed. That comes under the Convention on Genocide of 1948. And whatever Mr. Burnham decides to say, it's very important what he does. And that's why our charity and the people who've co-signed the letter that our charity drafted last week are arguing that international law must be the rule, must be obeyed, and if it is not, there need to be consequences, because without consequences, the current pattern of activity will continue because of the asymmetry of power between Palestinians and Israelis. Israel has a huge conscript army, an air force that is armed by the United States with the latest aviation, latest aeroplanes, and a navy which actually is besieging Gaza from the sea. Now, in those circumstances, the Palestinians do not have, and maybe do not seek, the armed struggle. If you're in Ramallah, that is certainly the case. And I believe that now Hamas is prepared to decommission its arms in return for Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, which is not happening. The Israelis are actually moving further into Gaza, kettling down almost 2 million people, 2 million Palestinians into 30% of what is Gaza. So coming back to what can happen, I believe Mr. Burnham may stick to that tradition of waiting for the International Court of Justice, which frankly will take some years still to give its opinion. But the International Court of Justice did something very important 2 years ago. It said, advised, that the occupation of 1967 is now unlawful. And they talked about discrimination and potentially apartheid in the West Bank, the settlements being colonies into the West Bank. Now, if we take that decision by the International Court of Justice and implement it, it means, Tom, no trade with settlements, neither goods nor services, trade with settlements. And if the occupation is unlawful, which it is, then no state should do anything to prolong it. And that could entail the arms embargo that you talked about, suspension of trade agreements with Israel until the occupation ends. Because without the end to the occupation, the oppression will continue. Okay. And just to say on the charity that I'm with, Tom, we're working hard. We're small. We're working hard to persuade our government to go further with France, with Ireland, with others, and with the Arab world, with the neighbors of Israel, Egypt and Jordan, naturally, but also with the Gulf states and with Turkey, to ensure that there is a genuine, lasting peace and stability in the region. And the charity works hard. We're quite small. We do look to support from people of goodwill, and we seek financial assistance where we can get it from members of the public on our website, which is BritainPalestineProject.org.
Okay. Well, on that note, we're going to have to wrap up because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you sharing all that with us. Sir Vincent Feen, former British Consul General to Jerusalem, current trustee of the Britain-Palestine Project. Thank you very much indeed for joining us today.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. As always, you can watch our interviews in full on our YouTube channel. Meanwhile, look forward to seeing you again tomorrow with some more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
To hashtags, following the stories shaping today's conversations.
Collaborative efforts like that,
online and beyond,
that we've been able to have far greater impact.
We will not have clearly a progress without having a plan.
Behind every international headline is a much bigger story.
I love it. I see great promise.
And that is the story we bring you.
This war ceased to be a just war.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, we bring you the stories that matter most.
The blame is almost universal. Population displacement, starvation.
There are multiple sides to every story, but only one place for the debate.
This is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive. It's historic and epic.
We follow the money, the markets, and the momentum.
It's about how all of that comes together to deliver an outstanding product.
Driving Saudi Arabia forward.
Love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on.
The ultimate global stage.
Lebanon should not be attacked.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes.
Where the architects of power, economics, and politics
stop the war in Ukraine.
Break their silence.
Al Arabiya English, trusted by leaders, watched by the world.
Life is meant to be a celebration. Wise is the person who finds a reason to make every day a special one, said the professor and writer Leigh Ann Gerrans.
Why do we love to celebrate? To be perfectly dressed, surrounded by people, confetti, cake, and fireworks. Does sharing a moment of happiness or sadness with others meet a human need to celebrate or to heal?
Since the beginning of time, humans have feared everything great around them. The sun, the moon, the water, and the air. Yet as they grew familiar with these wonders, they began to celebrate them in their own ways, seeking joy wherever it could be found. From these, they discovered reasons for happiness and turned each reason into an occasion. So came a day for flowers, a day for the new year, and another for spring, which Egyptians call Shaminissi. And for summer, the French invented a festival devoted to music. The 21st of June, when the day stretches longer than the night, and its warm sun, long awaited by the people of the Mediterranean, shines after months of rain and snow. But in France, the 21st of June is not just the first day of summer. On this French day, the streets become a theater without walls. Ticket windows disappear. The red velvet curtains rise, and music is set free, flowing into every corner, crossing the borders of France to more than 120 countries that now celebrate this day as their own. La fête de la musique.
Donc le 21 juin, so June 21st is the first day of summer, and so people want to go out. The weather is warm, especially in Europe, and they need to celebrate. To party, they need music, because without music you can't party. And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea that was simple but at the same time clever. And so when people go out, they need music, the music that makes you dance. Even if you don't want to dance, you dance anyway and celebrate this festival until the next morning. Time passes very quickly because there are musicians playing for free everywhere. Even the greatest musicians in the world who come out into the streets, sometimes even grand pianos, philharmonic orchestras, and everything. Everyone plays for the population. There is never sad music on June 21st because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
C'est une journée de joie. Il faut célébrer l'été.
This day was first announced in 1982 at the initiative of the then French Minister of Culture, Jacques Lang. Known for his saying, "Music will be everywhere, and the concert will be anywhere."
We cannot live without music. To celebrate, we need joyful and danceable music. For a romantic situation, we need romantic music. And so music has existed since eternity. Since cavemen, we have been making music. We love to dance and celebrate. If there is no music in our life, we cannot live. Once someone asked me, if you go to a desert island, who or what do you take with you? I take a musical instrument with me.
Toi, oui, je prends un instrument de musique.
So we celebrate for many reasons. We don't only celebrate because we enjoy. Sometimes we think that celebration is only a kind of happiness we're enjoying or traditional or even a ritual, but it's much more than that. We need it as, it's something we need as human beings. So humans are social beings that have gathered around since a very long time. And from early on, we are part of a group. So it starts from the family, and then socially, and then it widens to a wider community.
Today it's music, but since the earliest years of known history, humankind has embraced many occasions to celebrate and to give symbolic expressions to the renewal of time and a lot more. In the ancient rich land of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and the Babylonians created the new year with the Aikido festival around 4,000 years ago. Celebrated in April, it symbolized the start of the agricultural season and the renewal of life. And it was Wepet Renpet, the opening of the year in ancient Egypt around 5,000 years ago, marking the annual flooding of the Nile River. Not far away from the Nile Valley, Persians and Kurds were and still are celebrating the Nowruz, one of the oldest festivals that have continued uninterrupted to the present day. It begins with the spring equinox, symbolizing the renewal of nature. It is one of the oldest celebrations still observed today as well, and it follows the lunar calendar and falls between late January and mid-February. The new year did not begin on January 1st until the time of Julius Caesar. In Roman civilization, this represented a historical turning point, as the year had traditionally begun in March. Julius Caesar chose January 1st in honor of Janus, the god of gates and beginnings.
Throughout history, one joy has been shared by all, yet it blooms on different days and dances in so many ways.
In 1162, the Venetian festival was established to commemorate the Republic's victory and soon evolved into an annual tradition. Every year, on the 25th of April, a festival of iconic masks that dissolve social boundaries takes over Venice. It allows people to express themselves freely and transform the streets into a vibrant stage filled with history, culture, and celebration.
We don't only come together around joyful moments, but we mark painful ones. We gather after loss, we create rituals around difficult experiences, not because we enjoy those feelings, but we have a space to feel more accepted. It connects to something deeper, our need to belong. I'm part of this, so I can say that I share this with others. So celebration is not just about tradition or about a ritual, it's also a human way of creating a connection, of reinforcing our sense of belonging, and of turning what we go through into something meaningful together.
One day we celebrate women, teachers, mothers, fathers, labor, Earth Day, while other days we are meant to commemorate, not to celebrate. A day for refugees, for food and for peace? Do we highlight even what hurts? But do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together? It was once said that to be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Is it true that happiness is doubled when shared, and sadness is halved when shared as well?
They seized our homes and refused to leave them.
We launched the attack and destroyed the enemy's capabilities.
There is a security concern, and this concern is related to Al-Shabaab.
I opened the car window and saw my legs severed.
She disappeared for a while and came back pregnant in the camp.
We achieved major victories. We defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
It is very important that we see more embassies opening in Mogadishu.
If they give us the chance, we will return here tomorrow.
Somalia faces major challenges, with more than 60% of its population affected by nearly 2 decades of ongoing clashes with Al-Shabaab. The Kawarai militia, as Somalis call it, seeks to overthrow the government and establish its own rule.
There is a security concern, and this concern is linked to Al-Shabaab, which is not only an extremist movement that uses violence to achieve its goals, but also a movement that runs parallel to the state and tries to impose a complete alternative reality in parts of this country.
واقعاً كاملاً في أجزاء من هذه الدولة.
Al-Shabaab was founded in 2004, and its first public appearance under its current name came in 2006 on the ruins of a state that had been torn apart and exhausted by civil wars. In that same year, the United States designated it a terrorist organization. It served as the military wing of the Islamic Courts Union, which had consolidated its control over Mogadishu and the south of the country, becoming a major force through a system of Sharia court. In 2007, the movement split from the Union, which had refused to remain silent in the face of Ethiopian intervention, having become a magnet for many extremist currents with backing from Eritrea.
We are dealing with a Somali phenomenon that naturally crosses borders, receives support from abroad, and works to strengthen and cultivate its ties with other terrorist groups. Yet it has a distinctly Somali character. They say it is largely self-funded and entrenches its presence. Militarily, it constantly wages hit-and-run attacks and exploits clan disputes. And it exploits the lack of coordination between the central government and the regions, attacking weak positions.
The movement's current emir is Ahmed Diriye, known as Abu Ubada al-Somali, succeeding Ahmed Abdi, known as Mukhtar Abdul Rahman Abu Zubair, who was killed in a U.S. airstrike in 2014. 2 years earlier, the movement had pledged allegiance to Al-Qaeda, revealing an even more brutal face.
When the explosion happened, I heard that I had lost my leg. I saw thick smoke rising beneath me. I couldn't believe I was the target. I opened the car window and saw my severed leg. I panicked at the horror of what I saw. I jumped out of the car and crawled 4 or 5 steps. Nearby, there was an army checkpoint on the road leading to the airport. It is a heavily guarded area. I heard intense gunfire. Then the first soldier came toward me. I identified myself as a journalist because they thought I was the suicide bomber. After that, the soldiers took me to the hospital. The damage done to me is visible, but I did not bow to their intimidation and threats. I did not stop my work or my education, and I believe I defeated them. I did not give in to what they were demanding of me.
It was a bloody period after which the Somali army entered. A new phase of decisive, intensive field operations targeting the rebels' strongholds.
Battles between Al-Shabaab and the state keep recurring. In the past, we would leave our homes and then come back. But now, the fighting methods have changed because Al-Shabaab fighters seized our homes and refused to leave them, so the state brought in its artillery and began shelling them.
This approach began under former President Sharif. Sheikh Ahmed continued under President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud during his first term, and then under his successor, Mohamed Abdullahi Mohamed, known as Farmayo. The year 2022 marked a decisive turning point in the fight against terrorism, when the government, with the support of the PA, African Union mission, dealt heavy blows to the extremists.
Since the arrival of President Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud to power in May 2022, the state declared a war against those outside the law. Major campaign in which the state prevailed and the rebels suffered heavy defeats. We drove them out of many areas they used to control. When we speak of a distance of 30 kilometers from Mogadishu, we mean the towns of Balad and Basra. We also pushed them away from the Haradhir area, 8 kilometers from Mogadishu. We can say that the Somali state now controls around 90 to 95% of the territory.
Al-Shabaab bases its strategy on choosing cities in strategic locations to serve as its strongholds. The latest area to be liberated from its grip was the town of Baria. About 60 kilometers from Mogadishu, the town served as a forward base for the group's fighters, from which they planned and managed operations against the capital and its surroundings.
Baria is an important area. First, it is agricultural land. Second, it is close to the towns of Maro and Afgoy all the way to Marca, which makes it strategically important for the enemy. The terrorists try to move closer to the area, disrupt people's lives, and control the road leading to Mogadishu. Securing Baria is part of the operation. The military operation we called Silent Storm. The town has a strategic location, allowing us to monitor movements in the surrounding areas, on both sides.
clashes have changed the face of the town after it spent a period behind the front lines. Motionless bodies bear witness to a fierce struggle, and hope is renewed for residents to return to their homes again.
Shabab fighters came and ordered all the residents to leave. They told them they did not want to see any of them here. All our people want to return to their homes. If they give us the chance, we will come back here tomorrow.
There is no current danger. What remains is to comb the area carefully, clear the mines they planted, and search for any remnants that could still harm people. Once we finish this important process, we will allow people to return to their homes. We will continue and move on to other areas, including Oudale.
Somali clans have also stepped in after growing fed up with the extortion payments imposed on them by force. A tribal uprising was a decisive factor in tipping the balance of the confrontation, drawing on its intimate knowledge of the terrain and the fighters' movements.
Those we call the Kawari, or outlaws, who controlled southern Somalia, are from the Al-Shabaab group, based in the south of Hiorajau, and then near in Puntland all the way to the far end of Jubaland, where Ras Kamboni is located, an Islamist military front. In the north, specifically, in the Golis Mountains and in Al-Muscat, ISIS is present. We have achieved major victories. With the help of the Puntland army and people, we have defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
The escalation peaked in March 2025, when there was an attempt to target President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud's convoy with a roadside landmine near the presidential palace. This bloody approach is not limited to striking state institutions and symbols. It targets anyone who opposes the movement's extremist ideology.
They wanted to silence me, to make me keep quiet. They were targeting public figures so that ordinary people would feel despair when they saw one or two such people killed. Among public figures to terrorize society and destabilize the state. They want to frighten the people. Personally, I did not feel fear and did not leave my country as other journalists did. We stayed and continued talking about them. They will come to an end. One day.
Illegal taxes, smuggling, kidnapping and extortion, money laundering and external support. This is how the movement funds its terrorist activities, providing it with around $100 million a year, according to the U.S. Treasury Department.
This
funding is sustained, and it is aided by a kind of pragmatism in dealing with clans. Sometimes trying to win them over, sometimes standing against them, and terrorizing those clans, dealing with them in ways that avoid direct confrontations. Addressing this requires a great deal of work, not only from Somali society, but from the Somali state and from the country's brothers and partners.
We have put in place an economic program to combat the Al-Shabaab terrorist movement, and we established a financial intelligence center to fight terrorist groups economically. We have succeeded in tightening the economic noose around them and cutting off their financial support. According to the latest reports, we have managed to close 575 accounts linked to the movement and have frozen 21 bank accounts.
International and regional alliances have stepped in and tightened the noose around these groups through ongoing operations to drive them out of their positions, mainly in the south and center of the country.
Neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti have helped us. They have been part of the African Union peacekeeping mission since 26, as well as Uganda, one of the African countries supporting us. These states have joined us at every stage of the fight against terrorism. Their soldiers are part of the PIA, African Union forces. Without their efforts on Somalia's security, terrorism would also have reached neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Somalia itself is deeply interconnected with its neighboring states.
The movement has lost much of its influence after the renewed pressure on it, combined with intensive U.S. airstrikes, and a series of defections has also thrown it into disarray and undermined its organizational structure.
I broke away from Al-Shabaab after a long ordeal. Their only goal is destruction and sabotage. They show no mercy to the weak, and life among them was harsh and difficult. I surrendered to the government. I want to live a dignified life, and pledged to fight them alongside the government forces and defend the country against those who kill people.
I used to think they represented Islam, and that anyone who opposed their ideas was a disbeliever. I even joined them and believed in their ideology. But their brutal killing of innocents and my inability to bear it pushed me to flee, especially after they ordered me to carry out a brutal killing operation. Before carrying it out, I decided to escape.
لكن قبل تنفيذ ذلك قررت الهروب.
Mogadishu, which used to fall asleep to the sound of explosions and wake up to security fears and bullet marks on the walls, has now begun to regain its long-forgotten features. A cautious calm prevails under constant vigilance. Security checkpoints are everywhere, with heavy concrete barriers at the city's intersections. Military patrols monitor all entry points closely. A daily inspection routine is still present on every corner. Zoba Street, which witnessed the deadliest terrorist attacks in the capital's history in October 2017 and October 2022, is now entering a new phase of construction and development in an effort to restore the security that years of violence have taken away. Bakara Market, one of the largest markets in the Horn of Africa and the center of economic life in Somalia. For years, it was an open battlefield between warlords, Al-Shabaab fighters, and peacekeeping forces. The place's memory takes us back to 1992, when the state of chaos and social fragmentation prompted the United Nations to intervene militarily under U.S. leadership in what was then called Operation Restore Hope.
Today, I informed Secretary General Boutros Ghali that America will respond to the call. I have given Secretary Cheney the order to deploy a substantial American force to Somalia.
The clashes in and around Bakara Market escalated, and the market gained worldwide notoriety, especially after the events of October 3, 1993, the Battle of Mogadishu, when General Mohammed Farah Aidid's forces shot down 2 U.S. Black Hawk helicopters and dragged the bodies of their crew through the area.
This past weekend, we all reacted with anger and horror when an armed Somali gang desecrated the bodies of our American soldiers and paraded an American pilot as a captive. These tragic events raise difficult questions about our efforts in Somalia. Why are we still there?
The fierce battles left 19 American soldiers dead, after which U.S. forces withdrew from Somalia in 1994. Today, with tighter security and an increased police presence inside, the market is seeing a noticeable recovery for both consumers and traders.
Anyone who knows Bakara market knows well that it has gone through major problems. In the past, there were serious obstacles related to security, the economy, and commercial competition. These challenges plunged us into a cycle of fear, killings and bombings, and hardship. There were huge explosions in nearby areas that caused many problems for our people. Thank God, there is a big difference between what we went through in the past and where we are today.
The relative stabilization of conditions has boosted commercial activity and extended to livestock markets, the backbone of Somalia's economy for centuries, the main source of livelihood for most of its people.
This market was established in 2005. Large numbers of goats and sheep are brought here. Trade is going well. Prices rise at times and fall at others. A sheep costs between $250 and $300, and a goat between $120 and $160. The market receives around 6,000 head of sheep each month, and during the Eid periods the number rises to about 60 or 70,000 head.
Ada International Airport, named after the country's first president, is regaining its air traffic after being destroyed following the overthrow of Siad Barre's regime.
We have here 23 domestic flights a day to local airports, and we also have 17 international flights. We work with Interpol, which makes it easier for us to identify all those on watch lists. We are keen to arrest criminals, and those working with organizations such as Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Al-Shabaab. It has also become easier for us because we have a system known as the Fraud Detection Unit, FDU, which allows us to detect forged passports and visas and catch forgers.
The airport is one of the most heavily guarded sites in the capital, particularly in the Green Zone. It is a strategic hub for the government and international organizations, which makes it a target.
We facilitate the arrival and movement of our international partners here, but dealing with Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and ISIS is very difficult at times, because they can easily change their names and alter their records. Sometimes there are people who work with them and try to bring them into the country so that they can operate here more easily.
Mogadishu Port, the maritime heart of the capital, and the country's economic gateway to the Indian Ocean, is regaining its competitive position among Africa's major ports despite past setbacks.
Last year in Mogadishu, port became the second-best port in sub-Saharan Africa. The first was also Somalia's Berbera port, and we are trying to reach first place this year. Last year's estimates indicated that more than 400 ships arrived here. And as conditions improve and peace returns to Somalia, many business people have begun to benefit, not only in imports but also in exports, for example, to Kenya, Asia, and Arab countries. This is very positive for our business community. We have also put in place an advanced system under which all incoming ships undergo thorough inspections. Everything entering through our ports is checked. Everything entering through our ports is checked. And we have one of the most modern scanning devices in the region.
Directing domestic and foreign investment into infrastructure is an important step to boost an economy that faces major challenges such as poverty and youth unemployment exceeding 70%.
In Somalia, young people make up about 75% of the population, and their ages range from 18 to 50 years old, which means that we have an overall promising human capital. Even in terms of technology, we are developing significantly compared to neighboring countries. We have very good internet, so it is expected that the government will raise the economic growth rate to about 5 to 6%. As for average annual income per capita, it used to be around $300 and is now close to $600 to $700, which in itself is a clear improvement. The country has also launched a Vision 2060, under which we hope to raise average daily income per person from $2 to $5.
In addition to the traditional engines of development, new promising sectors are emerging, bringing fresh opportunities for investment and growth.
We still have great hopes of finding oil and gas, and exploration has already begun. So we are currently very optimistic economically. Our GDP growth rate is about 3 to 4%. We have 4 main sectors driving economic development: livestock, agriculture, fishing. And now we have started entering the oil and gas sector, which gives us substantial and diversified potential to drive our economic growth.
Despite the fragility of the economic recovery indicators, they have encouraged Somali investor Abdenoor Gutel to establish his project in the heart of Makkah al-Mukarramah Street, which was once the scene of bloody bombings.
Somalia is our country. We were working here before this project was set up. We see it as a social duty. If we don't do it, no one else will. That's why we wanted to invest in Somalia, to create jobs for Somali youth who used to risk their lives at sea to migrate to Europe and other countries. We have hired many of them, and people from the wider community. And we have also created a platform where all Somali companies can showcase their products and services for the Somali people.
Economic momentum has been strengthened by Somalia's accession to the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa and the East African Community. This step falls within a broader trend of economic diplomacy, which requires diplomatic openness that brings the country back onto the international stage.
It is very important for us to see more embassies opening in Mogadishu. We are working on this every day with our international partners, and going forward, we look forward to opening more embassies and missions. Diplomatic missions in Mogadishu. We work closely in line with our strategic vision at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to open more diplomatic missions around the world, especially in countries with which we have good and strong ties.
A political approach that runs up against various obstacles. In an unusual scene, on the side of the road, the pavements turn into spaces to display and sell the shilling, Somalia's local currency. Bundles of banknotes that reflect high levels of inflation, which forced the government to adopt the dollar as an alternative currency alongside the emergence of electronic payment systems. Somalia's location has had a major impact on its political and economic makeup, past and present, making it a constant focal point of competition between great powers.
Its geographic position is clear. The Gulf of Aden, Bab al-Mandeb, and a coastline of 3,330 kilometers, the second longest coast in Africa. In sea lands of great importance, you are talking about a country emerging from conflict that has entered a zone of intense international competition, with multiple regional states competing over control of the maritime gateways in Africa and beyond. Naturally, this location puts it in the eye of these storms. The second, and very important, point for Somalia is that it forms the first line of contact in this part of the Horn of Africa and the Arab world in the fight against terrorism.
القرن الإفريقي والمنطقة من الوطن العربي في محاربة الإرهاب.
The same strategic location takes us back to a pivotal era in Somalia's history, when its unique geography in the Horn of Africa drew the interest of the major colonial powers, which redrew its borders according to their interests. After independence, Somalis began the journey of building a unified state, but successive conflicts threw Arab-African Somalia back into a spiral of fragmentation.
The most prosperous era in Somalia's history was when the country gained independence from British and Italian colonial rule and later united into a single entity, the Somali Republic, on 1 July 1960 until January 1975. Since that date, Somalia's trajectory began to decline sharply after the military regime executed 10 Somali elders who opposed the regime's so-called family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature. Who opposed what the regime called the family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature. That gave women greater equality with men. After that, Somalia entered the 1977 war with Ethiopia, a war that gradually led to the weakening of the Somali state and to its eventual collapse.
Following these deep divisions, international and Arab efforts emerged to bring the parties together and overcome political and security complexities.
During the collapse of President Siad Barre's government, may he rest in peace, and up to the establishment of the first transitional government in 2004, the Arab League had an envoy, and from that time on, we began trying to calm tempers between the Somali parties. In 2006, we held negotiations in Khartoum between the Somali transitional government and the Islamic courts. In 2008, we opened an Arab League mission during some of the darkest times when Somali society and its government were suffering from rampant violence.
As internal fighting worsened, federalism emerged as a political option for bringing people together, granting the region's broad self-rule within a unified state, producing 6 states, the most recent of which is the northeastern state, a direction rejected by Somaliland in the north of the country, which unilaterally declared secession in 1991. Today, this African country stands in the middle, seeking a delicate balance between its internal obligations and the pressures of geopolitics.
From a geopolitical perspective, our core vision is to work closely with all our partners, including our neighbors, because every challenge we face. As a government, we see as an opportunity to cooperate with states that are serious about working with us on the basis of respect for our sovereignty, our unity, and our national and international interests.
In the outskirts of the city, tin shack neighborhoods appear as a forced refuge for thousands of families fleeing conflict zones. Most live on limited means amid a total absence of infrastructure and basic services. A fragile social fabric further burdened by an extreme climate. It struck local community, stability, and left nearly 4 million people suffering from food insecurity out of a population of 19 million. In another part of Somalia's map, among these tents, are stories that led thousands of families to join the Mamis displacement camp in the Danail area. Hassan Ibrahim was one of those who left Baidoa in south-central Somalia during a mass displacement of more than 700,000 people.
I left my area because of drought, hunger, and problems. We've been here for 4 years. We have nowhere to go and cannot find good work. I used to farm and herd livestock. My wife, my children, and I fled after our animals died because the pastures dried up. We came here suffering from many problems.
We've been here for 2 years. We came from Lower Shabelle. My younger sister, Lula, lost her eyesight. We took her to the hospital. But the treatment was very expensive. They asked for a large amount, around $700 or $800, which we cannot possibly afford. Our father went to the countryside looking for work, and our mother works as a porter in Bakara market. Sometimes she earns money, and sometimes she doesn't. We can only have dinner when she gets paid. This is our situation.
Forced movements with different causes, yet all meet at one point, the struggle for survival.
The number of people here is large. They came from the regions of Middle Shabelle and Lower Shabelle, from places like Bay and Bakul, and all the areas beyond Afgoy, Kurioli, and Shalambud. Water shortages and clashes pushed them to come to this camp. Last week I was told that one woman suffered a psychological breakdown because of the fighting. She disappeared for a while and returned pregnant to the camp. There are also some wounded who were hit by gunfire. Here there is both one thing and its opposite. In a striking shift in migration routes, Somalia has gone from being a source of refugees to a destination for those fleeing crises. Crises no less complex than the reality of this Arab African country.
During the war in Syria, there was a lot of chaos. After I graduated in 2017 or 2018, work conditions were bad, few job opportunities, difficulty starting your own business, and many hardships. Also because of the military situation, we had compulsory service, so I was forced to work abroad. I contacted friends who were already in Somalia. They encouraged me and said job opportunities were good. The climate was good, life was comfortable, and there were no problems at all. And now I am bound by a contract with the group here, and I'm comfortable. And of course, I'm thinking of returning, now that Assad is gone.
أنا يمنية أعيش في الصومال وصار لي من 2021.
I am Yemeni. I've been living in Somalia since 2021. I was in Turkey with my father when I met my husband there, and it happened that I returned to Somalia because of my husband's job. He's an engineer here. I came in 2021 and started a project. The project was a simple idea with a big dream. I love that Somalia is truly a country worth investing in, and I advise anyone to invest here. So I wanted to start a home-based project with simple handmade touches.
هنا أفتح مشروع من البيت بلمسات يد بسيطة.
Somalia today stands at a crossroads between the legacy of old conflicts and a serious opportunity to rebuild beyond the era of state collapse. Somalia's story may shift again given the current situation, and as the model of direct elections appears on the horizon, promising new rules with no war and no division.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, just a few miles from the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade. Although islands and ports in other African regions were dedicated to the same purpose, Gori remains the most famous for what its small area preserved of the horrors and degradation of human dignity. One of the most famous landmarks. Before export, the prominent selection was made based on weight and physical strength. Those weighing less than 60 kilograms were directed to African markets and kept as servants on the island. The curator of the House of Slaves takes visitors on a tour during visiting days and explains how the slave trade was managed over the 4 centuries.
Les Portugais avaient été les premiers Européens à prendre possession.
The Portuguese were the first Europeans to take. Was at the center of rivalries between European nations that fought for its occupation. The House of Slaves, where we are today, crystallizes all the memories of the slave trade. And further along, at the corner but to the left, you will see the children's cell. It had the highest mortality rate, a small cell, but with a corridor leading to the back. They were laid directly on the ground, bare-chested, packed like sardines in a can. But once inside, what is peculiar are the windows, all shaped like loopholes, wide on the inside, but narrowing as you move towards the exit. While in the very last corridor on the right and left were the guards. But guards that could have easily been dispensed with. Well, the enslaved individuals were inevitably chained together by the ankles, 2 by 2. Even in the middle of the chain, a 10.3 kilogram iron ball had been attached, to tell you that each time one of them tried to escape by jumping into the sea. He coached the second. Because of the ball, they sank and drowned. In the absence of any doctor, and especially due to the fear of epidemics, the sick were thrown into the sea. The truth is that on this small island of Gori, an island measuring 900 meters by 300, at the height of the slave trade, there were more than 20 houses like this one.
The pink building in the background is the House of Slaves and the infamous Door of No Return, from which, over 4 centuries, 1 million African slaves left to become the engine of production across the Atlantic. However, in reality, the House of Slaves is not one. Every house on the small island was a house for slave owners and also witnessed the horrors committed against humanity during the slave trade period on this island. a Senegalese citizen, inherited from her family a house overlooking the beach. From her grandfather, who came from Guadeloupe to work as a signal operator with the slave traders. She lives today without any complex about her grandfather's past working with the whites. We accompanied her to the house that has become a reminder of the family whose members are now scattered. In European immigration,
like my great-grandfather, who was a station chief, so he worked with the whites because he spoke French, so he was the one who conveyed the message. So he was the post chief, he was the one who carried the messages. That's why we lived here during the time of slavery. So it was my grandmother who told us about him. So he explained to us what he did there. So he told us to hold our heads high because we are not slaves. Lived here, but we are not slaves, you see.
These were nations that had agreed, obviously, to undertake this slave trade. Therefore, well, the acceptance by all. I mean not the protagonists, but those who organized this trade. Was the understanding they had that was put forward. It was to consider the slaves not as human beings, but rather as objects, furniture. So there was no respect. But what should also be remembered is that most of the houses, at least concerning Gori, most of the houses were built for women. The women called Signor, Signor from Signora. Madam, these women who originally here could very well have been black. It must be admitted that they became mixed over time due to their relations with Europeans. Obviously, these women, well, they witnessed or allowed the existence of two types of slaves. There were domestic slaves who, because they were the property of the woman, were not destined to be sold and sent to the Americas. These domestic slaves, well, were the property of the woman, and because they were her property, she was able, at that time, to rent them out for public or private work, but for her own benefit.
Many visitors visited Gori Island in recognition of the horrors committed there, and as an expression of human solidarity, even for ordinary tourists and many visitors. A visit to Senegal is not complete without passing through Gori, where the tourist boats from Dakar Beach do not stop all day.
The descendants of the victims, as well as those interested in this history, which should only be considered as an integral part of the world's history. Obviously, people come from everywhere to remember what happened. There are others who come simply because, having heard about this history, they wanted to experience a bit of what the slaves went through. But also, there are undoubtedly historians who, in the course of their research, need this to know more. But it is only when this history is better known and considered by everyone as an integral part of the world's history that we can move together towards forgiveness and reconciliation.
It is one of the most prominent tourist destinations in Senegal, although it is the smallest municipality. The people of the island do not accept that this small area becomes a complex for them, in their view, and so they proudly say it is a continent for spreading tolerance and the values of human brotherhood. Muslim imam and a Catholic priest stroll through the island's corridors. A familiar scene that does not attract the attention of the island's residents, where people of different religions and ethnicities live together in rare harmony and coexistence.
Here in Gori, harmonious relations prevail between Christians and Muslims. We hope to spread this peaceful coexistence throughout the world. God alone is the judge, and as humans we have the responsibility to spread peace. Our role is to convey the message of the Holy Quran and the Hadiths of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and to condemn any acts of violence committed in the name of religion. No rational person can attack places of worship, which are places of prayer, tranquility, and contemplation.
The limits of tolerance among the residents of the island do not stop here. The former Imam of Gori, Sheikh Tidiane, was buried in the Catholic cemetery in the suburbs of Dakar, according to his will to be buried among his Christian friends.
Gori Island is a rare example of peaceful coexistence, where Muslims, Christians, and other communities live in complete harmony. Therefore, it is not surprising to see a deceased Muslim buried in a Christian cemetery.
This highlights the importance of Gori Island's history, not only in relation to the slave trade, but also to colonization. From my perspective, there was no Muslim or Christian slave trade. The trade in black people, the slave trade, was organized by individuals, as most revealed religions. In any case, the known revealed religions had prohibited the practice of slavery,
which lasted more than a century, during which the island was under French administration, to return to Senegalese sovereignty after more than 5 centuries. Our guide takes us to the most prominent landmarks of the island across the 3 eras. The era of the slave trade, the colonial era, and the stage of Senegalese national sovereignty.
One of the most iconic buildings on Gori Island is the former governor's palace from 1880. This building is currently unoccupied. However, due to its historical significance, with its courtyard and panoramic view of Dakar, it has been the venue for various community cultural events, like the Gori Diaspora Festival. So, this building is part of the colonial heritage. After the abolition of slavery, colonization took place. After gaining independence, we inherited these buildings and infrastructures. We are at the place of freedom and human dignity. Right next to it is the Historical Museum. Before it became a historical museum, it was the old Fort D'Estrée. Even before that, after the colonial administration, it was a detention center, which means a prison. The famous activist Blondin Diop was imprisoned there, and he died in those prisons. This shows that Gori's history didn't start only with the naming of European places, where we are now, which has always intrigued its visitors. And this reflects the entire island of Gori, as it's often said that in Gori, every alley, every small window, every house has its own story. Gori is a shared heritage for all. All the countries in the world have the right to have their name here in Gori, due to this classification. It is quite normal for Gori to play a role in this world. And that role should be one of reconciliation and forgiveness. Indeed, reconciliation and forgiveness should lead the way. Which is why this place now symbolizes those words, to say freedom and to say let's respect human dignity. And on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of the abolition of slavery, our Guadeloupean brothers gifted us this statue you see behind me, which symbolizes freedom. So those who are used to visiting Gori knew that this statue was previously placed before the House of Slaves. Now, for the sake of coherence, this statue, after establishing this place, the place of freedom and human dignity, it was decided to install this statue that symbolizes human freedom.
Today, the men of Gori, like all men of Senegalese coastal towns and villages, live from fishing. They ride the sea freely, with no authority over them except the law, while the women of the island work in trade, taking advantage of the tourist features to sell handicrafts and African clothing.
Now, there are many vendors and fewer tourists. So we try to manage. Now, we go to Dakar to find tourists and bring them back to the island. Every boat has variety. There are girls who come to sell on Gori Island, who come to Dakar, who come to the island Pau Grand. So with every boat, we can go see the boat to find clients and organize the places we are. So there are many men who fish. And we make wax fabrics with dyeing. There are days it works, there are days it doesn't. But we manage because we've been living with this for a long time. We work on this. With the money we earn, we pay for our children's school. We pay for retirement and water at home too. We help others, our family too.
Gori remains a tangible witness to the horrors of the slave trade era, which represented a stain of shame on the forehead of humanity, and at the same time, a proof of ability to overcome its dark past and build a future characterized by tolerance and the embodiment of its values.
Life is meant to be a celebration. Wise is the person who finds a reason to make every day a special one, said the professor and writer Leigh Ann.
Why do we love to celebrate? To be perfectly dressed, surrounded by people, confetti, cake and fireworks. Thus sharing a moment of happiness or sadness with others. Meet a human need to celebrate or to heal.
Since the beginning of time, humans have feared everything great around them. The sun, the moon, the water, and the air. Yet as they grew familiar with these wonders, they began to celebrate them in their own ways, seeking joy wherever it could be found. From these, they discovered reasons for happiness and turned each reason into an occasion. So came a day for flowers, a day for the new year, and another for spring, which Egyptians call Shaminissim. And for summer, the French invented a festival devoted to music. The 21st of June. When the day stretches longer than the night, and its warm sun, long awaited by the people of the Mediterranean, shines after months of rain and snow. But in France, the 21st of June is not just the first day of summer. On this French day, the streets become a theater without walls. Ticket windows disappear. The red velvet curtains rise, and music is set free, flowing into every corner, crossing the borders of France to more than 120 countries that now celebrate this day as their own. La fête de la musique.
Donc le 21 juin,
So June 21st
is the first day of summer, and so people want to go out. The weather is warm, especially in Europe, and they need to celebrate. To party, they need music, because without music you can't party. And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea that was simple but at the same time clever. And so when people go out, they need music, the music that makes you dance, even if you don't want to dance. You dance anyway and celebrate this festival until the next morning. Time passes very quickly because there are musicians playing for free everywhere. Even the greatest musicians in the world who come out into the streets. Sometimes even grand pianos, philharmonic orchestras, and everything. Everyone plays for the population. There is never sad music on June 21st because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
C'est une journée de joie. Il faut célébrer l'été.
This day was first announced in 1982 at the initiative of the then French Minister of Culture, Jacques Lang. Known for his saying, "Music will be everywhere, and the concert will be anywhere."
We cannot live without music. To celebrate, we need joyful and danceable music. For a romantic situation, we need romantic music. And so music has existed since eternity. Since cavemen, we have been making music. We love to dance and celebrate. If there is no music in our life, we cannot live. Once someone asked me, if you go to a desert island, who or what do you take with you? I take a musical instrument with me.
Toi, oui, je prends un instrument de musique.
So we celebrate for many reasons. We don't only celebrate because we enjoy. Sometimes we think that celebration is only a kind of happiness we're enjoying, or traditional, or even a ritual, but it's much more than that. We need it as, it's something we need as human beings. So humans are social beings that have gathered around since a very long time. And from early on, we are part of a group. So it starts from the family, and then socially, and then it widens to a wider community.
Today it's music. But since the earliest years of known history, humankind has embraced many occasions to celebrate and to give symbolic expressions to the renewal of time and a lot more. In the ancient rich land of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and the Babylonians created the new year with the Aikido festival around 4,000 years ago. Celebrated in April, it symbolized the start of the agricultural season and the renewal of life. And it was Wepet-Renpet, the opening of the year in ancient Egypt around 5,000 years ago, marking the annual flooding of the Nile River. Not far away from the Nile Valley, Persians and Kurds were and still are celebrating the Nowruz, one of the oldest festivals that have continued uninterrupted to the present day. It begins with a spring equinox, symbolizing the renewal of nature. It is one of the oldest celebrations still observed today as well, and it follows the lunar calendar and falls between late January and mid-February. The new year did not begin on January 1st until the time of Julius Caesar. In Roman civilization, this represented a historical turning point, as the year had traditionally begun in March. Julius Caesar chose January 1st in honor of Janus, the god of gates and beginnings.
Throughout history, one joy has been shared by all, yet it blooms on different days and dances in so many ways.
In 1162, the Venetian festival was established to commemorate the Republic's victory and soon evolved into an annual tradition. Every year, on the 25th of April, a festival of iconic masks that dissolve social boundaries takes over Venice. It allows people to express themselves freely and transform the streets into a vibrant stage filled with history, culture, and celebration.
We don't only come together around joyful moments, but we mark painful ones. We gather after loss, we create rituals around difficult experiences, not because we enjoy those feelings, but we have a space to feel more accepted. It connects to something deeper, our need to belong. I'm part of this, so I can say that I share this with others. So celebration is not just about tradition or about a ritual, it's also a human way of creating a connection, of reinforcing our sense of belonging, and of turning what we go through into something meaningful together.
One day we celebrate women, teachers, mothers, fathers, labor, Earth Day, while other days we are meant to commemorate, not to celebrate. A day for refugees, for food and for peace? Do we highlight even what hurts? But do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together? It was once said that to be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Is it true that happiness is doubled when shared, and sadness is halved when shared as well?
To hashtags, following the stories shaping today's conversations.
Collaborative efforts like that,
online and beyond,
that we've been able to have far greater impact.
We will not have clearly a progress without having a plan.
Behind every international headline is a much bigger story.
I love it. I see great promise.
And that is the story we bring you.
This war ceased to be a just war.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, we bring you the stories that matter most.
The blame is almost universal. Population displacement, starvation.
There are multiple sides to every story, but only one place for the debate.
This is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive. It's historic and epic.
We follow the money, the markets, and the momentum.
It's about how all of that comes together to deliver an outstanding product.
Driving Saudi Arabia forward.
Love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on.
The ultimate global stage.
Lebanon should not be attacked.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes.
Where the architects of power, economics, and politics
stop the war in Ukraine.
Break their silence.
Arabiya English. Trusted by leaders, watched by the world.